Hello, how are we doing, beautiful people? Hope we're doing well. Um, Hope you're all okay after a bit of lunch, dinner, whatever you're having. Oh, I just had some pizza and some fries. It was nice. Hello, Jan. How are you, Jan? Hope you're well. We got loads of stuff here with Sarah, but we'll shout it out in a bit. We always say the same though. Please, welcome everyone and thanks for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe and notification bell. Um, so please, do that. It'd be gratefully received. Pizza, yummy. Yeah, well, homemade. Not homemade. Sorry, frozen pizza. But it's a different kind. Normally, I'm not a fan of frozen pizza, but we found this make now that is get the fuck out. Mute. No, I'm not on mute. Emma, you. I honestly thought I was on mute there. I thought I was speaking, and I was like, "How does Jan know I know pizza then?" And I was with that. Thank God it's back on. I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. John, can you hear me, John? Hello? Anyone? So Emma, you crazy woman. Emma, what were you doing, Emma? You just deleted it. I seen you delete it. I was not on mute. You were on mute. You must have been on mute, Emma. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I got panicked there. Emma kept saying I was on mute. I was like, what? But John can hear me. Yeah, so we've got this pizza, frozen pizza, where it's not cooked dough or anything. So you have to cook the dough. It's lovely. Lovely. It's got like honey sauce and stuff in it. Oh, lovely jubbly. I love it. Um, I don't need to apologize, but you did get me a little bit like, why am I on mute? I don't get it. But I wasn't, so it's all good. And Jan is here, been here the whole time. There's a few people here, not many people speaking, but that's fine. Chat is here if you want to chat. If you don't, then that's fine. We obviously can see the background, same as me. We're still live. They'll be back in a couple of minutes. Watching another trial. Yeah, you said Melly trial. I heard it's bonkers. I heard is he's blaming every. Oh, I don't know. I've heard some stuff about it. I've not watched any of it, obviously, but it's crazy. Da, 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 da. I tell you, crazy. Dee, 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 dee. Yes, pepperoni, honey sauce and something pepperoni or something. It was lovely. Um, then for those I hear, Sarah, please got everything down. Remember to like and subscribe, please, guys. Become a blue wench and join the channel. Just click the link or press join. Check out the official merch store, alternate corner merch store. Thanks to Sarah. You get a t-shirt for Zach as well. And follow the Auto Corner on Twitter. Yes, I got a new Twitter account because this one is too whoop whoop. I get into trouble. Um, it was left. Mecky Techie's back in the house. Mecky Techie, and here she is, the one and only beautiful, the Gilf herself. Let's go, Gilf. Let's go. Jonathan's not here. Jonathan was simping hard last night on Lady Law. He didn't even hide. He was like, "Phew, what even is food? Oh, listen, you haven't got much left to finish your job, so hopefully then you can eat a bit more. We need to fatten you up a little bit, don't we? Fatten you up, and then it'll be fine then. But yeah, that if you're not having any food, that means you're having a shit day. So sorry about that. That's not good. It's 1:15 with you as well, so you still got half the day to go. But I haven't eaten much today, actually. I've not eaten much today. But to be fair, I've not exercised much this week. Well, actually, I haven't exercised at all this week. So back Tuesday, need to exercise again. So I've eaten crap and not exercise, which is bad. Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do with a bad boy, bad boy, bad boy? What you gonna do? Spank, spank, spank. We talked about spanks yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, spank, spank, spank. No breakfast, no lunch yet. About to order something like yeah. But I know what you're about to order. Sonic or some garbage. Do you know what I mean? I know what you're gonna do. Those those cheese things that you like. Cheese fingers. Lady Law loves a good finger. Loves it. Loves a good finger. Um so so yeah, she better have that. I did have breakfast and I did have lunch, but I had a cheese sandwich for lunch because I had some leftover cheese. And that's my dinner now. Done. Don't think I'm pretty stuffed to be fair. So don't not having any dessert or anything. Um, oh, so what else is going on? What's going on? We got more people here, just not chatting. That's fine. As I say, that's fine, guys. You don't have to chat. Um, if you're shy, we understand. We totally understand. Um, they should be back in court. They've been pretty efficient. About not starting on time, but being in court. So I imagine the attorneys are there. The judge is probably on his way out. They're a minute behind now, or 2 minutes before long behind. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. Could be worse. It could be worse. It could be a white mum or something. And that'll be much worse than this. Do you know what I mean? Having to wait. Um, Vivo book? Oh, that's mine. Oh, they know. Do you see? I got my book today. Got my book, Emily, Matt Moore's book. Got that. Came through. And also got my Travis Rudolph signature. His signature card. So that's good. Two gifts in today. Nice. Oh, my birthday is nice. I like it. I likes. The book is gonna be good, I think. I likes the books. It's got the big writing. Big writing. And it's got pictures. Pictures. Just I got big thumbs, like fat fingers, so I struggle with opening the and there's no page number, so right. So that's I'll put that there then. So anyone that's not bought the book, please do so. Um, right, I don't know where they are. They're supposed to be back now. Come on, Judge, come on, Judge. So we've spoken dirty already to Lady Law. We've spoken. Emma's made a fuck up already with not thinking I was mute, but she was mute. You make me laugh. Thank you, Emma. I appreciate that. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? Do you know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. As I say to everyone all the time, oh, here we go. I'm like this normally, so the only difference is there's a camera on.
All right, before we bring the jurors back, a couple things I need to just address. There's been a question raised to the court from the media with respect to the showing of the recordings of the videos that are being played to the jury in evidence. My understanding was that the only thing that was supposed to be blurred out was the minor witnesses when they're on the stand testifying. Does the state take any position with respect to publication or the media showing the videos?
I would want him to be blurred out on the videos, just if his likeness is visible.
And they've been, as far as I know, they haven't even been showing the videos yet, because there was some question on their part as to whether
I think there is some way that they can show. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, there was some question on their part as to whether they could even show the evidence being presented, and I've never restricted the showing of any of the evidence that's being presented to the jury. The only thing I've done with respect to minors is request that their face or image be blurred out in whatever they're showing. So I don't think there's any restriction. I have not intended to impose a restriction as long as they take measures to protect the identity of the minor, but they otherwise can show the videos and show what's in there as long as the image of the minor is blurred out so that he can't be identified. How about from the defendant's side, any contrary position as to court's understanding of what we've imposed previously with respect to this matter? All right, so for those members of the press that are here and the media, in response to the inquiry that's been made to the court, if you wish or desire to show the videos that are being played to the jury during the trial itself, you're free to do so, but just please take whatever measures or technology you have to blur out the image in any videos that would depict who the minor actually is. So other than that, there's no restriction on showing anything that's put up on the TV or any other evidence that's presented in the case. Okay, anything else that I need to address? I see we're standing. So
no, I'm going to admit a business record into evidence, Your Honor. It states 22. I don't think there's an objection, so I was just going to do that in front of the jury.
Okay, yeah, 22 is your next exhibit number. So while there's a juror eating right now, so I have a little bit of time. While we're doing that, has there been any additional effort on your part, Ms. Murad, to get with Ms. Coakley to deal with the inquiry we had this morning regarding discovery issues?
So Ms. Coakley's providing us.
You know, Mark, let's get them the mic so that she's picked up.
Ms. Coakley is providing us with a copy of the video that she is playing, and the police officer provided us with a video. No, it's on. It's on. Thank you. Do you want to just do it? Okay. All right, thanks.
You're doing fine, so go ahead.
So Ms. Coakley's providing me with what she's presenting, and should additional issues come up, we will raise them with the court. I just don't feel comfortable raising that without knowing for sure.
No, I understand, and I'm not comfortable having the jury wait any longer until I know there's actually an issue that I've got to deal with, that I need to put them back there. So that's why I said, work to find out if there's really an issue, and then I'll hear it at the appropriate time if there is one. We're still not certain there's an issue, right? This is the way.
There's just too many videos to be able to find.
That's what I thought. Okay, so all sides ready to proceed at this point?
Can we approach briefly, Judge?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's approach. I nearly did lose myself. So after today, I'm not able to do this anymore. So I'm having fun with it. Oops. So I'm gonna go into his hair. Oh, geez, why can't I get into his hair? You see? I'm giving him an eye patch. Uh-oh. No, it's there. I'll cover his hair, his bald patch there. There we are. Oh, I'm a judge. I'm now the rug. Oh, covering his hair now. There we are. Cover his hair. I'm on their ass now. Don't fart. Whatever you do, don't fart. Counsel, don't. I hope you had a very non-acidic lunch. Oh no, don't go there. Steelers in the background. Put a picture of a dick there. Dick head. Look at that. He's got a something on his head. 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 Ba da ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. pineapple on his head. He just said the jurors eating. Anyway, one of the jurors are eating. One of the jurors has cancelled their flights. They're supposed to go on holiday this weekend because apparently America's got so many holidays. It's unbelievable. There's a holiday on Monday. So, do you know what? I might not stream on Monday. So is Ty out. I know his Ty is annoying, isn't it? Just straighten it, man. It's not hard. Well, it might be hard. I don't know, but Ty's not hard to fix. Anyway.
All right, so Ms. Coakley, Ms. Black, is the state ready to continue with publishing? Yes, Mark, can you see if our juror is ready yet? My understanding is there was a late delivery of lunch.
And there's only 6 jurors.
And Ms. Murad, you'd requested to go only to 5 today, right? Is that still on hold? You still want that if you need the time between 5 and 6 to call your witnesses, if we get to that point? You want to make a game time decision, see where you are closer to 5? So I won't make an announcement yet because I told them yesterday we'd go to 6, and if that's holds, if anything, we'll end a little bit before that if you tell me you're done. Okay, all right, thank you. We're ready. All right, all rise.
11 o'clock finish for us then, potentially, in the UK. I've got a broadband guy coming out tomorrow between 8 and 1. Because I didn't have broadband this morning. That's been sketchy for the last few days. What's right behind me there?
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I trust that the jury who had to scarf down lunch doesn't get indigestion over the next couple hours. I apologize if you had to eat quickly on that. So in any event, I hope everybody had good lunch. We're ready to proceed with the continuation of the publishing of the state's evidence. And Ms. Coakley, you said you had an additional exhibit to go ahead and admit at this time?
Yes, at this time we move into evidence states 21, which is...
21 is in evidence, so it'd be 22 if that...
22, Your Honor, I'm so sorry.
All right, and has the defense had a chance to look at it? Yes. Any objection? No. All right, court receives and accepts State's Exhibit 22 in evidence without objection.
And just for the record, it's independent enrollment record.
Okay. All right. Ms. Black, you're handling the computer play of the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
So
right,
we
you may
will continue with State's Exhibit 17, and we are playing January 20th, 2022.
Okay, you may proceed.
Oh, we might see it now then.
Morning. Did you do the bathroom? No. Okay. What homework do you have to do? Homework.
Oh my god, they were supposed to show it. Unless the boy is on, that's why. It might be a shot of the boy is in there, maybe, the victim. He did say try and avoid showing the victim. Or they may have taken the decision of not showing anything because it's too difficult to show.
What do you have to do from in here? Homework. Which books do you use? Okay. Well, that's good if you don't know. But I'll let you have an opportunity to do so. And it looks like you have some homework. So by saying I don't know, it doesn't really help anybody. So, I'll let you go through this and see if you have some homework yet. You know you don't know anything.
Hi, Nunya. we're hoping that.
Every bucket? Okay, let's go bathroom. Where's that book from? Okay. Keep going.
Great.
Who's the teacher that gave you this book? Carolyn. And that's English? Yeah. Is this something you're doing for class? No. So you just gave it to you? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Did you get your homework done? No. Why? I didn't have a black pen. You didn't ask for a black pen? Then you asked. You need a black pen to do your work? You have your work in there? Yeah. Did you find? Thank you. Here, get your clothes and get dressed while you're on here too. You're gonna find your calculator over on the floor by where your old backpack is. You got your stuff? Yeah. What's your stuff? Did you have it on yesterday? Did you take it off? Put it. But you're angry and you probably don't remember. Do you have something in one of these books you can do? Here, Fiona.
Every time I said Fiona, I think of Shrek. Oh, that's fair. No, yeah, that's fair. Happy days, no, yeah.
Stand up. Why are you giving people shit attitude? Fuck that. Don't say I don't know. Why are you giving a shit attitude?
I'm not thinking.
Fuck that!
Oh, man.
Why are you giving a shit attitude? Answer me! Before I get really fucking pissed off, answer me. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? We're at your school today, talking to your people to give you a better opportunity, and you got a fucking shit attitude? Now you got a shit attitude out of me, and it's gonna get to the next level. Why are you giving her a shit attitude?
Hi, Hannah.
Fuck that! Stupid answer. You meant it, for sure you meant it. Why give her a shit attitude? You're goddamn right you're not being respectful. It's fucking unacceptable. You want to take this to the next level? You want to lose all of your opportunities? Those people think that you're talented and you can do well, and you can. But your fucking attitude is going to take your ass down. You're damn right it is. You lie to a teacher, give her some bullshit like I'm going to be an administrator, I'm observing you. Give me a fucking break. I've seen that shit before from you. You don't give shit attitude to your mother, though. I'm not going to accept that shit in this house. If you're going to fuck your life up like we talked about, you can. If you're going to have a good life, you can. But you can play the game with everybody at school like you're going to be smart and all this stuff. I don't give a shit how smart you might be. If you're an asshole, if you're being a jerk, no one cares how smart you are. No one gives a shit. You'll sit in the dark in some spot that no one will want to deal with you. So you change that fucking attitude, or you dive deeper. Which do you want? Yeah, sure. You say you change it, you say you're sorry. A couple days later, all that bullshit, but I see it goes back to this nonsense. Joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Give you an opportunity. How was the rest of your day? Okay. It was okay? But you come back and give her a shit attitude. Still choosing shit attitude? Yeah. Okay, you got homework? Yeah. What do you got? English and math. That's these two? Huh? No. Here we need. Piss in the bucket? Let's not put this stuff on my hair. Oh, you broke that. What was the glass you broke that? Is it? Look, I'm going to give you a chair. Wow. You're welcome. you hear me coming? Did you prepare? Now, what are you doing on here so much? Trying to reprogram it? Like, what are you trying to reprogram? You told me, like, last week that you were trying to reprogram stuff. What are you trying to reprogram?
Just graphing.
The graphing?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna go to the bathroom?
No.
Okay, don't pee in your bucket. You gonna eat the dinner?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna change your attitude?
Yeah.
It's only gonna help you. And it's annoying to us. It sucks. Right? But it's gonna help you more. So change your shit attitude, right?
Yeah.
Eat your food.
Yeah.
Did you go in there?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Wow.
What? I thought I asked you if you had to go. You said no.
Yeah, I went before that when you said that.
I don't want you to go in there. I want you to hold it or call for us. Get it. Now we're gonna clear that bucket. I don't need the neighbors seeing. Let's go for your shower. You be the best athlete, you be the worst athlete, you be the smartest person, the dumbest person. The thing that kills it all is being a jerk. It's easy to not be a jerk. You control that. When you wake up and say, I'm going to have a bad day. No, you're choosing to be a jerk. And here's the tool. You ready for the tool? Like a screwdriver to take the screw out? The tool is this. Continually think about things you're grateful for. Here's one. You have a school that thinks you have opportunity. Think about that. You can't be angry and happy at the same time. Angry and happy at the same time. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Can't be what?
Angry and happy at the same time.
Yeah. So if you are angry, now if you think you're strong and you're mentally smart, well then control your thoughts. Challenge yourself for one day. When you get angry, get frustrated, see if you can beat that, because your emotional self is different than your intellectual self. Those are two different people. And if you let the emotion... Understand?
Yeah.
You have more work to do?
Yeah.
Keep doing it. What's going on now?
Reading.
What are you reading?
But
What is this book anyway?
still honest.
Where did you get it from?
Teacher in English.
Why did you get it from him?
You're supposed to have a book for you.
Why don't you read Anne Frank?
Yeah. It's like, like it's like a literary book where there's a bunch of stories in it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is a good book?
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's about a kid, named Michael, who is in,
Who what?
a kid named Michael.
Yeah, what's he doing?
He is trying to avoid bad people,
Yeah.
and he is a Catholic, and he befriends a
Be friends?
yeah,
Be what?
a Jewish man.
Is he a Catholic altar boy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I've heard about this book. It's like you. You're a Catholic altar boy. And he befriends a Jewish man?
yeah.
Okay, what happens next?
His friends. The city is mostly
The city
anti-Semitic.
is New York?
Yes.
Yeah? What year? 50s?
1947.
Yeah. Okay.
The city is mostly anti-Semitic.
What year is 47 after? It's close to what?
1945.
Well, it's close to World War II, the end of World War II, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's from Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
It's from what?
Those are excerpts from notes for Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
Is that the author?
No, it's another book.
Where's that book?
At school. It's with the Anna Frank book.
Anne Frank. So
Anne Frank.
in her home, her dad would call her Annie, right?
Yeah.
And some people call her Annie, but in the American world stage, this is known as Anne Frank. But you can call her either way, just to give you a context. Yeah, go ahead. So what about the world? What?
What?
What's this?
It's Wilfred, excerpts from,
What's in your pants?
nothing.
No. Excerpt from what?
Wilfred Owen Anti-Producer.
Who's Wilfred Owen? Author of what?
Author of a World War I poem.
Poem, okay. Where'd you learn that? In here? In those books I gave you?
At school, because it's we're learning about war materials.
Same author
Yeah.
in one of these?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good authors there. Okay. This is a good book. Who gave you that?
English teacher.
Who's that?
Yes, apparently.
Is it a nice teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so what else do you have to do tonight?
Nothing else.
So, books like this, we have those books too. This is the kind of stuff. Mr. Farrell is a nice teacher. He gives you an extra book, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of relationship you can have with your family too. I give Fiona books like this all the time. There's another really good book called author Carlos Ruiz is from Spain. You lived in Spain. You lived in Barcelona. There was a civil war in Barcelona right around the time of World War II. Did you know that? Why did Spain not give in World War II?
Because they were doing internal problems.
Franco is fighting with his own people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing a lot of bad stuff. So there's a war about the fight against Franco and doing the right thing in Barcelona. Shadow of the Wind. You could get more stuff. It's a good book. I think it's a book bestseller, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of good books like that. You learn from reading those books, right?
Yeah.
Catholic altar boy aligned with a Jewish. What's the guy's thing? He's
It's Rabbi.
a rabbi.
Or something.
You know what a rabbi is?
Yeah.
What's a rabbi?
Jewish teacher.
Yeah, and they kind of consider kind of like the priest. Jesus was a rabbi. High rabbi. Jewish rabbi. Right?
Yeah.
Back then. Anything else?
No.
What time is it?
Nothing.
All right, keep reading.
Good night.
Your fortune cookie.
Now
Welcome.
publishing January 21st, 2022.
Welcome to the channel.
The dirty?
No.
Let's go back to it. What do you got to do on your Chromebook?
So.
Let's go get dressed for school. Where's your charger? This thing charged?
Yes.
can see her.
Mom has me know that
What?
because she's big mess.
Why do you need to jump there?
He needs eyes out now.
Well, whatever. That's fine. Sit there, but I need to be able to see both.
Okay.
Why don't you make your bed first?
Okay.
You want Abe with you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go with him. Come on. How's Abe doing?
Good.
I'll let him eat your food.
Yeah, you can. Boy, boy.
Back forward. It's still bleeding or just it'll get better blood? I guess it's dried up. This stinks, man. Oh.
You know why that is?
What?
Do you know why I always check that? We understand you get frustrated, but do you understand why?
Because you don't want me to have anything?
Oh yeah, that's the reason. Good, that's a good line, you're right. Let's go with that. You're trying to fool, Lauren, but it's not. Being unkind is not going to get you anything. You're not kind, you're not going to get anything. So I don't know what you're trying, or what's going to make the change for you, but I got a bunch of other kids who are. So I don't know what you don't understand about that, but that's the truth.
tough, man.
How's this day?
Good?
Good?
Yeah.
You get in trouble?
No.
Why is that unplugged?
It was unplugged when I came in.
So did you give Mama a better attitude?
Yeah.
Did she put you in here?
Yeah.
Is that dirty?
No.
You want to come out?
Yeah.
What are you reading?
Maybe I already Richie.
What's it about?
Oh, it's his artistic life, like the commissions that he did for the kings and stuff.
Hey, come on here.
Right.
Let's go. Come on. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll show you what to do. piss in the bucket?
No.
Let's go to the bathroom.
I go to the bathroom.
No, just run. I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go bathroom?
Yeah.
Sure.
The state will now publish January 22nd, 2022.
Morning. Clean?
Yeah.
You gonna be respectful today?
Yeah.
Good. All right, let's go to the bathroom. next time probably could use a lot more. Alright.
Here, I got the phone. You're sleeping?
No, I was reading books. Thank you.
Alright.
Good night.
Statement now published January 23rd, 2022.
All right, and after this one, we'll take a mid-afternoon break.
Yes, Your Honor, this one is 11 minutes and 32 seconds.
Perfect time.
Morning.
Wait.
To the bathroom. Did you do homework there? Did you send someone there?
No.
Work? You're gonna make 12 hours work, that's right.
Can I get my calculator?
Your what? Calculator?
It's in the portfolio. First pocket.
Actually, I think it's more.
working as a marijuana runner now.
Did you go to jail?
No.
I know Dad helps. Hey, Jonathan. Oh, I'm on top chat again.
Change for what?
I don't want to wear this to them. Yeah, but wait, can I change?
Hi there, how'd it go? It was good? Yeah. You had fun? Yeah. Are you gonna play outside? Ride your scooter? You ride your scooter out there? So you're just sitting there reading? You're not doing anything else? I have homework to do.
Yeah, but it's coming.
What?
I have to do Excel and reading plus.
So why don't you ask to do that?
I do Excel and reading plus.
I'll show you exactly where you have to sit. Sit right there, sit facing. You have IXL?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one?
Reading plus.
What teacher is that?
Let's go, where'd you go? Alright, put the house on. Hold on. Where's the dog leash?
I don't know. Let's go. We can do. Oh yeah, they're in the bag.
Hold on. Nothing on here, right? But
No.
we'll go check it out before we have you just come in here since you got and all your fun stuff.
Okay, Sean. So did you get mad when she checked your pockets?
No.
So don't get rid of anything on that because you earned that. Okay? It's a nail there. It's in the ground there.
That's a lie down.
Go ahead. Where do you think you're shooting at? Probably not.
Your Honor, we can take the break now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 2:40. We're going to take a 15-minute break, so just shortly before 3, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
Right. I can't skip it. Jesus.
All right, everyone can be seated, and the court will be in recess for 15 minutes.
Oh. What were we thinking? Oh, they'd gone straight to break. I wasn't sure.
Clean? Yeah. Let's go back to the...
Right. What were we thinking? Thank you to people joining, welcoming people. Hello, Dad Helps, first time here. Welcome. Hannah, welcome back. I didn't recognize Hannah for a second. No, I don't think he can explain his behavior. Now we're from the first startup after this one. Charles, I have no idea what you're on about. Oh my God, this is, again, tedious now. I understand it, but even more empathetic now, but Jesus. Because we can't see it, I struggle with it. I have to see things and I struggle with this now. These prosecutors downplay his criminal behavior, stealing, weapon in school, assault today, and will argue to put someone in jail for the same next week. In my Toyota law. Me too, and yeah. You're pulling a faster motor. Oh, Jesus. By the way, thanks for your opinions, Dad. Helps. I think that some people will disagree with you, but some will agree. So, me too, and yeah. Also, we're only getting a very small fraction of the videos they have. I think they said there are 1,000 states. 21,000. 21,000. Probably choose worse ones. Sound like crotch rockets. He put on through his apology, but his behavior continued and cost him years. Ooh. Animating can do what it does, yes. Engines are a funny business. Oh, not sure who else is here. I've been trying to make some notes, but don't stop talking. Right, back to what I was doing. I'm listening. Don't stop talking. Keep the chat going. It's hard. I feel hard right now because there's nothing happening on screen, as in when they're listening to these things. I find it quite hard. State's gonna show the worst. Yes, they are. They are indeed on the air, but then the defense are gonna come back and show other stuff. So I don't know. I do think that he overstepped the mark. To be quite honest, with you. No matter what, I don't think it matters what the kid does. Some of it was a bit a OTT for me anyway. I wasn't sure, but having listened to the language and everything, I don't know. I think it's a bit too much. I think it's a bit OTT. Um, see, listen to. I'm struggling with it, Hannah. I genuinely am struggling with it. Einstein's important. I think if you could see it, it gives different context. It's just to listen to. Mm, that's why it's hard. But yeah, welcome back anyway, Hannah. You snuck in, I didn't see you properly. If he trashed his regular room all the time, I can stand the room in the garage. Yeah. Well, I think that I can stand the room, but I still can't stand how unhome they were. No toilet, no sink, no windows, I sort of can stand no windows, but people saying this morning, even in prisons, you get treated better than what he was getting treated. So, I get it. It was just too much. Way they can blur out his face, and we'll get to start seeing them. We can hope anyway. Yeah. If you're renting, repairs are on you. Yeah, I think were they renting or buying. I'm not sure. I don't know. Uh, maybe they were afraid he would break windows. He was breaking nothing. No, that's what I mean. Um, I can understand why he had no windows. That I can understand is the more the no toilet, no sanitaries, no nothing, and the whole point of the room is the garage would be because the baby. Yeah, I mean I think they were going to have the room anyway, but it did escalate because of the baby. Obviously, I did sneak in. I politely said hi. I did see you come in, but I would be sleeping. Yes, I've nodded off a few times. Nodded off quite a few times to be quite honest with you. I struggle with it. I struggle with it. So then I do drop off. I'm like, oh, wait, wait. I know there was 5 hours of it, but Jesus, we're still on this. Oh, oh. 8:30, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 is supposed to finish. 6. I don't know how much more they got left. We put in the book a couple of times, didn't pee in every night. No, but again, I just for me, it's again, I just can't. You know, maybe he trained himself not to because he knew that he didn't want to. But what happens when he gets ill? What happens if he had diarrhea? What happens if he so when he what happens? And hear about children getting ill in the middle of the night. What happens to him then? I don't know. I've flipped more to the other side now of personally now that he's guilty. Where I was a bit more not guilty before, but now I'm not saying for a second that he's going to get 35 years. I don't think he deserves 35 years. No. Um, I don't. I'd probably cap it at around 5 years. Somewhere up to 5 years. I would be looking. He did some outdoor chores as well. Um, but yeah, yeah, we've all got different stances on it. This is where I swing. Sounds like I'm swinging. Way swing, swing low. No, I'm not singing that. Um, we'll all have different viewpoints on it. You know what I mean? I just can't get past the inhumane element of it, no matter what. Um, and not just the inhumane, just also the mental aspect of all this as well, which we spoke about earlier on. So it's not just the physical abuse; it's the mental abuse as well. But also, some of you have experienced this, you know. Um, None you I have to see all the edge before I make my yeah. Look, we're at like a thing barometer. We start off as innocent, and then we go. At the minute, he's a guilty. Not to say he was going to stay a guilty. He might come back to not guilty, but I don't think he will. I don't. For me, I don't see how you justify. For me, anyway, um, mentally and physically hurting a child, no matter what. Um, I can excuse, the odd the slap or something, but having heard the way he speaks to him and stuff, I don't think it's appropriate. So I mean that in the sense I don't care what his behaviour was. I don't think for me, I say I'm speaking on behalf of myself, no one else. I just think he overstepped the mark with that behaviour. Um, uh, there's a ways of treating children, and I don't believe that he treated the child well, and also the neglect element of it as well. But I say everyone's different, but I can't get over that. No matter actually what is shown by the defense, I still can't get over. I don't think it justifies a child being hit or being grabbed, being pinned against the wall. Um, One off, maybe you can forgive, but not constant. And then when we heard about the uh, mental abuse now, that's tough. That's tough. No matter, and the kid's not on the stand, so kid's a kid, no matter what. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, nothing actually would. And I'm quite tough on stuff like this in the sense of that I'm always not guilty, not guilty. But I've seen enough now, I think, to make him guilty because I don't really. I think it was who was it? Someone said this morning that is the child is not on. The child is not the one that's being. He's on trial. He's not on trial for his behaviour. It's the parents for well, father for his behaviour. So on that stance, no matter what he's done, I don't think anything justifies physically and mentally hurting a child. So so that's why I would now officially plead guilty. Nothing would sway me anymore because of that. No matter how bad the child was, he could have, if he's that bad, he'd be up himself. But hey, that's just my opinion. You know, um, just my opinion. Both of our sons are bigger than me and have been since they were a teenager. I came home to find them fighting in my house. Yes, I lost it. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Again, it's all in. We're looking at this in the scenario. Your one's different to what this one is. Again, it's not just the physical abuse; it's the mental abuse of how they spoke to him and stuff. Um, I really don't agree with any of the solution to this. I understand their frustration, but no, yeah. In more the fact, I think that the mother was, from what I've seen, more empathetic. Um, it is what it is in that sense. Um, yeah, again, I don't think it's just the physical. As I was saying, I think that you can justify some of it, um, as long as it's not consistent. But we're also hearing the mental thing here now as well, of how he treated, how he talked down to the kid, how he shouted at him, how he made the kid feel like he was worthless. He made the kid think that he was pathetic. So it's just not just the physical. Like I've been slapped with a cane. Do you know what I mean? I get it. It did me no harm, but I didn't receive any of the mental elements of it either. My parents have never spoken down to me and said you're worthless. Basically, you're a piece of shit. So he's a very intelligent piece of shit. Listening to him testify, I think he knew what he was doing, would push buttons and get reactions. Um, I don't think he's completely innocent in all this. It gets harder, and you finish harder when it's something that every day that you're having to deal with, and nothing you were doing helps. It's not justifying, just saying it's not so easy to keep your composure with someone like that. It's not. It's not. I get it. I think the mother speaks to him with contempt in her voice. Yeah. We worked hard for what little we had. I'll be damned if someone else will trash it. Um, I read today 18-year-old from Swansea killed her best friend after driving recklessly and crashing. Got a license for 33 days and got 40 months with 12 months suspended. Oh, Jesus. That's the trouble, isn't it? That's the trouble, isn't it? No, yeah. Again, I'm not disagreeing with that, and I think what you're saying is the physical. I don't mind. For me, it's more the mental abuse. I'll be honest. I say I've been hit, but I've never ever been spoken to like he was spoken to. So we've all got different opinions. I'm glad there's different opinions here. So as I say, there's nothing that'll change my mind now. Purely based on the 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 way he spoke to her. So yeah, and I think that without the sorry, without the mental talking down, you're a piece of crap, you're a piece of shit, you're all this. Then I if it's just physical, then I think differently. But physical and mentally, no, I can't come back. And not just that, but also locking the door from the outside, no bathroom, no sanitary, no running water, nothing like that. So yeah, a combination of everything. I don't really care what the kid did in that sense. I don't think that he deserved that kind of mental abuse. But again, that's just my view on it. We've all got different views of it, evidently. So no one take anyone's views to heart here, whatever you do. Do you know what I mean? We're only judging it. We're alternates. Do you know what I mean? We're judging this from um, different perspectives as well. Some people have lived through it, some people haven't. I haven't. Except, you could say, oh yeah, you got a cane, so you physically got been through it maybe, but I don't feel like I have. Um, we're only basing on what we hear, what we do in this situation, not all situations. Oh, believe me, it's difficult in there. Is looking at someone you're trying to discipline. Our youngest is 6 foot tall. Our oldest is taller than her. I come on. My mother's 5 foot, and I remember her with a wooden spoon. Like I was over 6 foot. Well, I'm 6 foot, and she's less than 5 foot. So yeah, don't get me wrong. I know exactly what it looks like. I know. Days have changed as well. Do you know what I mean? As well. So there's a lot more rules these days than well, even when I was a youngster, and obviously when you were as well. Um, Spanking, no, not anymore. It used to be fine, but not anymore. Spanking is no now. Not allowed anymore, Hannah. That's what I'm saying. It's changed now. Like if I think Emma was saying it's banned throughout Wales now, spanking and stuff like that. I know, none yeah. Wooden spoon still scares me. Um, John to go in. Uh, just the Gigi messaged me as well, saying that she hasn't been around a lot. Um, and that she's very ill at the minute apparently. So send all the good vibes and all the praise to Gigi. She said she doesn't mind it. She wanted to mention it to everybody. Um, and yeah, she's not very well. So if you see her, send her best wishes, praise up, and good vibes to Gigi. Hope you get um, much better soon. We'll look forward to seeing you back here. Kim, hiya, Kimmy. Lovely to see you. So yeah, my father and mother would say they got spanked in school and everything, but that's like back in the 60s. Do you know what I mean? So we never got spanked, um, and it's totally outlawed now in Wales. No, no spanking whatsoever for kids. Um, and that's why I'm asking. Yeah, good questions by Hannah, mine. Because is it still legal in the US or not? I'm basing mine off what the um I've been on the not guilty side, just reading the statute, and he's guilty due due to mental injury. There we are. That helps. I've been not guilty throughout until today, and it was actually the mental stuff that swayed me. Actually, um, my stepson lives in New York, and he has to tell his kids all kinds of things acceptable, or the school will call to investigate him. You get the idea of what things. Yeah, okay. Huh. We got spunked in school, yeah, but you were different, Sarah. You were bloody naughty as hell. And also,
All right,
with,
good
I said,
afternoon. You may
like,
be
back in the
seated.
60s, Sarah, you know what I mean?
All right, you ready to continue, Ms. Black?
Uh,
Defense ready? All right, Mark, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
yeah. Well, as I say, I think for me and Hannah, everything's outlawed now, so maybe we've got a different perspective of it because everything's outlawed in the UK and Europe and stuff like that. So, and then Unicorn's the same. Oh, Unicorn's not here, is she? The judge is here, though. Oh, he's got ice in his drink. Oh, sorry, you just look old, Sarah. Ba ba ba. Shh. I'm joking.
All rise. Jury entering.
I'm joking.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Black, you may continue with the publishing of the evidence.
We are going to continue publishing State's Exhibit 17. We are on January 24th, 2022.
Go back to the mic. Finish that book?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Sarah. Ah. Oh, no worries. Sorry, I just paused for a second. No, I've been just to hear what you have to say, Unicorn. That's why I was missing you, because obviously you spoke quite in depth yesterday about like it's not just physical abuse, it's mental abuse and stuff like that. So that's why I was like, oh, shame she's not here, so she can give her input. So, um, but you don't worry about it. You look back and look after yourself, Unicorn, with a headache. I hate headaches, so look after yourself. Um, say and Sarah, shh, now Sarah. Okay, that helps. It's all right, Jonathan. She's got my number. She picks on me a lot. Emma, that's good. That's good. Love tea unicorn, yeah.
It's socks and everything? Okay. Exactly my best.
Here, give me your plate. Yeah.
IXL in there?
Yeah.
Everything else you can do in there?
Pardon?
Everything else you can do in there? English, everything else you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's sweet.
Good.
Good. Here, I'll give you all this because we're just in different times here. Is that some dirty for later?
These are pajamas. These are clean.
Okay. So, when you get done eating, then you have IXL and that's it?
Yeah.
You finished English, you finished everything else. Finished math?
Yeah.
What else did you finish?
Civics.
Finish it off. Okay. Yeah. So you just have an Excel in here for what? English or math? Keep that there when you get done. Yeah.
Thank you, Mom, there.
Hopefully tomorrow or the next day we'll all sit and have dinner together. Okay? Why are we playing games?
You're not.
You are. You're not. I'm trying to give you a chance, Ronan. I'm trying. I'm trying to let you have an opportunity, right? To be honest, to be trustworthy, to do what you're supposed to do, right? Right? You don't want that, and you don't want all these things, well then that's fine. But if you want to have all these amazing opportunities and things like that, then at least be honest. Be honest to yourself, be honest to me, and do what you're supposed to do. If every time you have homework on your Chromebook, and I give you a chance, and you lie about it, and you're being sneaky, I'm not going to continue to do it. But I'm giving you a chance. Look at me in the eyes. And you're caught, and you're mad. It's the same thing, but a different day. So that's fine. So you can just do your same stuff like every other day.
What you trying to say? The women are like they got high numbers of body counts, Jonathan. These women.
What do you need? Do you have pajamas? Are those them right there? Do you hear me? Oh, here we go. Back to this, Ronan. Where you can't talk, you're a middle school boy, you want to do all these things, you want to do chess, you want to do things, but you can't talk because you got caught being dishonest. Okay, well, that's fine. Guess I'll just keep giving you more chances, Ronan. Every day, a new chance for Ronan. Even though Ronan doesn't care, he doesn't want to be nice to anyone. Oh, let's let Ronan do this. Oh, let me bring Ronan some food because I think he's going to have a good night. Oh, let me do everything for Ronan. Oh, okay. Oh, but Ronan can't talk because he got in trouble because he got caught. It's like, give me a break. Start owning up to what you're doing, and then try to fix the problem, like we keep telling you.
Now publishing January 25th, 2022.
Morning. To the bathroom.
We should see what she's done wrong. Maybe start to sink in.
Short as any day, right? Right? You do day. Mad at yourself because you get caught. You get done with it. Move on with your day. You have another good day. Just trying to give you what's right for you, right? Grab your clothes. Do some breakfast. Are those dirty? What? Are they dirty or not? They're what? I know, you didn't wear them. Are they dirty or they're clean? Then let's come back over here. Grab clothes. It's a new day, right? Right? Okay? You make it a good one? Yeah. For what?
Yeah. You can get all the evidence through the Freedom of Information Act.
Did you see I found those face wipes? I found one of the toothbrush. Yeah. Did you use them? Yes, I use them.
Now publishing January 26th, 2022.
Not that.
You have to go to the bathroom and then you can divide cell, right? Yeah. So you got the other chest to that. Actually working on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you searching up other stuff while you're supposed to be doing this?
No.
Okay. This is going to be it. I'm going to come get it right before we go. Is that the only one you have to do?
I have to do a couple more after this.
Okay, what percentage?
78.
Alright, is it top one?
No.
Alright, we'll get my plate. Alright. How we doing? Make the bed?
Oh, no.
Clean up your room? No?
I clean up okay.
Make sure all that looks nice, get all your stuff together. And we'll brush your teeth, and then I'm gonna let the dog come right at you. Go.
Alright.
Eric, wait! No, wait! You're wet! Okay, look at it.
Can I get my stuff?
Alright, let's go. They're over there. Let's go. Let's go. You can go with the girls.
They're good because, as a cover, they said the person is taking diagnostics.
Yeah.
Because it's a cover up because they don't want to embarrass the
It doesn't
person.
matter, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Everybody's probably gonna, you could be out. Like, if we decided, we could say you're not going back to school.
Yeah.
So, like, there could be a lot of people now being out.
Alright.
So, hey, don't put your stuff on. No. No. How's it going?
Good. Alright, thank you.
Spoon, soup, and
Okay, thank you.
Now publishing January 27th, 2022.
Jesus, more. Oh.
Morning.
Did you sleep?
I slept okay.
Yeah. Want to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Let's clean your bucket out. Let's put these in here. So you should be together like that.
Yeah.
Did you go back in the bucket at all?
Jury restrictions are going to be very critical, very crucial here as well. 100%. Jonathan, sorry to hear that, man. Keep being yourself, Jonathan. I really enjoy having you in chat, man. You found out, Jonathan. Three on it, perfect. Just to know, I'm enjoying the discussion so far, guys. You're very respectful. Dad helps. Perry, Nunye, very respectful, guys. Just keep it like that. It's good insights on both sides. Please just don't take it personal if someone's got a different opinion.
You ready?
Yeah.
You done?
Yeah, I just did editing class in English.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Get your stuff.
Every chat needs a Jonathan just to lighten up the mood a bit as well. So thank you, Jonathan. You're the MVP of every stream. I know, Emma. I just hope we keep it like that. Don't take anything personal, guys.
Because you got plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
And we have a Jonathan as well, Emma, which helps. Because he just takes the chat to a totally different place. I'm interested in hearing from everyone, so I like that there's debate between different sides. Nunya, exactly, 100% Nunya. I know you can. It's great. Just building drywall. Remember back in the old days when people had changed, but no, you're too old now, Gilf. I do remember it. Not that I've ever used one or whatever. That's when there was no toilets in the house at all, I think, wasn't it? I think we moved on since then. just screaming like a. I like your pictures that you put on Discord, Jonathan. Thank you. I did like them. I'm not sure how much more tape these guys have got. Perry, I'm not sure. I think he'll be found guilty, but I'm not sure that they'll throw the book at him. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they will.
Welcome to your homicide. Not yet.
I don't think he's going to get anywhere near 35 years, you know. I think he's going to get... Well, it depends. I can't say how much because I don't know how many years is allocated. Yeah, they've been dealing with it. Look, they also go through stress and trauma themselves because it's a lot. You know, there's a lot they're dealing with as well, but... You know, we can only judge it on who's the victim and who's on trial. Oh. Yeah, Perry, yeah. True.
Pajama?
Yeah.
You just changed it and you're in bed?
Yeah.
His attorneys, though.
So,
I like the female one, but I don't like the guy attorney.
you know, silver and smaller.
No.
What's this?
Bookmark.
Somewhere.
The book. And 2 bookmarks for me.
4 cylinders.
Now publishing January 28th, 2022.
Renee, we should go to the bathroom. Do you need to take a shower today, or you can do it tonight?
I'm here tonight.
Okay, let's go to the bathroom. so you can you make your bed first?
Yeah.
Clean up like your space here.
Yeah.
You don't have too much that's cleaned up, right? So if you make it look nice, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
You have a good day?
Yeah.
Friday, right?
Yeah.
Having fun on Fridays?
PE in the morning. For last time until another 6 weeks because it rotates every week.
Okay.
Do you think he regrets not taking the 2 years now? Hmm. Yeah, same here, Emma. I walk up to them and go, hey, you know, 2-year deal.
Okay, so what are you working on right now? Because you said you were finishing the IXL, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you working on right now?
See if it shows up.
What?
See if it shows up.
You're doing IXL or you're not?
I am.
So what percentage are you on then?
46.
I think so as well. She has been charged, Kim. Her trial is in a few months' time. Hi, Samantha Terry. Samantha Terry. Samantha Terry, you sly bitch. Where the fuck have you been? I'm joking. Hi, Samantha. Thanks for popping in, Sam. We do miss you. I miss you anyway. Um, Sam is out in Costa Rica. She used to be from the UK as well. So I know there's a UK contingent here. There's more UK people here now, Sam. But I hope you're doing well. But yeah, Kim, she's not been set yet, Kim, but she's going to be done it in a few months. So just for people that don't know, Samantha Terry is known as the sly bitch. So she's always here when you don't know who she is. So welcome again, Sam. We missed you.
What's going on?
Bad.
Why?
The problems are not. I don't know.
Almost done. 66, right?
Yeah.
Who's dirty?
Yeah.
Alright. grab your clothes really quick so that you have them. What's wrong with the problem?
Nothing wrong with me. Just hard to go through.
Oh, say hello to Sharon. Hi, Sharon. I hope you're both keeping well anyway, and it's nice to see you. I hope you're both keeping well, Sam. I hope you're not working too hard there with the recovery addict. He's probably gonna whip out. And Emma Evolve Recovery, she's from Newport, so not far from where you were from. Welcome to Newport.
So you're done now, right?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be less.
Okay, how much do you have of that?
I have 2 vocabularies.
Okay, I'm gonna come in and grab that in a couple minutes and have you get some of those shells.
Okay.
There we are. Good. Nice to have a break. We're not sure if you've seen any of this. The boy in the box is quite interesting, shall we say. He knows everyone, I think.
Okay. Okay. Alright, why don't you leave the stuff in here? I'm gonna have you shoes.
No.
Your shoes are right there.
Oh, yeah, I need to change my shirt. I brought this morning.
Yeah, you tuck it in?
No, it's not gonna be big enough.
Okay. So.
This is Megaton's room. Megaton room. Yeah.
Oh, we are not blue bucket.
It's who cares?
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah Glenn, for subscribing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Lovely to see you, Sam. And again, thank you, Sarah Glenn, as well.
All right, thank you. Does the state have any additional items to publish?
We don't, Your Honor. At this time, the state would rest its case.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the state's portion of the case. The state has rested. There are some things that the court needs to address outside of the presence of the jury. So, Mark, if you could escort the jurors into the jury room, and I'll let you know when we're ready for you.
So, yeah, thank you for popping in, Sam and Sharon.
Everyone may be seated. Does the defense have any motions?
We'll get in here for a second. We'll just take a break for a second because my eyes are starting to burn now. Yeah, let's go back and forward. Sarah Glenn, lovely. And bring on the defense from Lady Law. I'm normally like that as well, but I don't see what the defense can do here, Lady Law, if I'm being honest with you. And you know how much pro defense I am. I just don't think they can bring anything back. I think the male attorney for the defense is not very good.
Judge, at this time, we're going to move for our first judgment of acquittal. Essentially, obviously there's
Denied,
3 counts here.
Denied.
The aggravated child abuse count.
I don't think they can, Lady Law, not this time.
5 different ways that it can be proven by the state. Either aggravated battery, willful torture, maliciously punished, willfully or unlawfully caged, finally knowingly, willfully committed child abuse, and in doing so caused great bodily harm, disfigurement, or permanent disfigurement. The state in this case, I think, has failed to prove that Mr. Ferriter willfully, intentionally inflicted any physical, mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm. The terms great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, these come from the aggravated battery statute. There has been, as far as I can recall, no testimony that the child suffered great bodily harm, which means distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises, which were also not presented. Likewise, there's no testimony that this child was in any way disfigured. Aggravated child abuse is committed through other ways as well, of course. Malicious punishment is reserved for certain types of cases. In Florida, Wheeler v. State controls in this district. It's 203 Southern 3rd 1007. In that case, the rule that comes from that case is that great bodily harm or permanent disabilities or disfigurements are what demonstrate actual malice on the part of a parent and not merely a momentary anger or frustration. So the state, I think, has failed to prove actual malice. Malicious, there's a definition for malicious in the jury instructions. Wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. Maliciousness can be established through circumstances, and one could conclude that a reasonable parent could have engaged or not engaged in that conduct, depending on those circumstances.
But in a motion for JOA at this stage, doesn't the state get the benefit of all favorable inferences? And so if I were to buy your argument there, at this stage, I would have to conclude that they have established malice.
Well, I do think that I think actual malice, though, under Wheeler, is that it's not any sort of a momentary anger or frustration. It's discipline that results in great bodily or permanent disabilities and or disfigurements, or demonstrates that the actual malice on the part of the parent was not momentary anger or frustration. So I don't know that we have any evidence of that. I haven't seen any evidence of that. What the state is essentially relying upon, factually, from that perspective, is moments where he comes in, he's yelling at Ronan, and those interactions that we saw this afternoon on the video, those fit more frustration and anger, if anything, but not great bodily harm.
But we're talking about malice, and we're talking about intent, right? I mean, that's the purpose that you're making this argument at this stage, right?
No, well, I'm going under the 5 ways to prove child abuse. Of them, I'm going through them. So I'm saying it's not aggravated battery. I'm saying it's not malicious because we don't have great bodily harm. I also believe it's not torturous. I don't think there's any facts to go to torturous. And I think that the closest call here would be for the state is caged.
So you're trying to convince the court at this point that no jury could ever find that being confined in a 8x8 room or box, however you want to refer to it, that no jury on earth could find that to be torturous? Because I really have to find that no reasonable jury could conclude that that was torturous under the facts that have been presented. Again, which is why at this stage the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. Is that the leap you're asking the court to make at this point?
So torture involves extreme or sadistic conduct, which is absent here.
Well, I'm going to push back on that. I don't know that it's absent. What I believe is that there's certainly enough for a jury to determine whether it's torturous, evil, or sadistic. I mean, the video displayed many repetitive instances of the father coming into the room, his son snapping to attention in demonstrable fear, a repetitive, consistent berating of the child. It seems to me, and I'm not judging the facts one way or the other, I'm just merely determining whether they meet the standard at this point so that they can be passed along to the jury to make that determination. And it seems to me that a jury could conclude that this is torturous and that it is something done with evil and evil intent and malice. So move on from that, because you're not going to convince me that no reasonable jury could conclude that this is a torturous event here in the life of this child.
Well, in terms of the other elements, you have the argument was malicious, and in that I want to also draw the court's attention to Wheeler, which I gave the court the cite, but there is a clear difference between a parent's discipline and something that goes beyond and results in great bodily harm to the child. So I don't believe we have that here.
Okay, so let me read to you a provision that comes out of the case of Slocum versus State. That's at 757 Southern 2nd, 1246. And I'm quoting from that case because I think the part that I'm going to read is apropos to this. And just bear with me for just a second, Mr. Wahid, while I get to it.
Wow.
The court said, and this is out of the 4th District Court of Appeal, which is the court that obviously handles direct appeals from this circuit. Regarding another conduct element of aggravated child abuse, the dividing line between permissible punishment and malicious punishment is not always easy to draw. A defendant maliciously punishes a child if the punishment is imposed wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. The element of malice requires evidence that the defendant acted with ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And then the court cites the Gaylord decision where that court made this statement. The determination that a parent or one standing in the position of a parent has overstepped the bounds of permissible conduct in the discipline of a child presupposes either that the punishment was motivated by malice and not by an educational purpose, and that is, was inflicted upon frivolous pretenses, that it was excessive, cruel, or merciless, or that it has resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. And I think that recognizes that the great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement is only one aspect of how you get to ultimately a conviction in an aggravated child abuse case. But the point I want to make here, and then I'm going to switch to one other case, and I'll let you have the floor back. And this is the Tate versus State decision, and I'll give you that site. That's at 136 Southern 3rd, 624. And this is what the court said in Tate, which gives me great pause in terms of the motion for judgment of acquittal here. And it says, Tate suggests that the state failed to prove that Tate intentionally abused HR, which is similar to what's being argued here. Because direct evidence of intent is rare, and intent is usually proven through inference, a trial court should rarely, if ever, grant a motion for judgment of acquittal on the issue of intent. And they cite a number of cases holding that intent is rarely susceptible of direct proof and is almost always shown solely by circumstantial evidence. And this picks up with what you said. Where reasonable persons may differ as to the existence of facts tending to prove ultimate facts or inferences to be drawn from the facts, the case should be submitted to the jury. So that's why I asked the question the way I did, is because if you concede that reasonable jurors and reasonable persons can disagree about what they've seen on the videos and what those videos mean, then that presupposes or actually mandates that I deny your motion for judgment of acquittal at this point. Do you at least agree with that argument?
Well, generally, yes. My only pushback on that would be that, unlike, I think, in some of the other cases that you've cited and I've read, Tate, just reading the case, what I think is different is here the jury has and the court has not just the video but the audio. And the audio has the words from Mr. Ferriter himself. And you can see and hear in that there isn't it isn't malicious, that in the sense that ill will and no educational purpose. It's quite frankly the exact opposite. What you see and hear is that he's saying to Ronan that you did something wrong, and I'm trying to raise you to be somebody who's a good kid, not someone who is out there doing things that aren't good for himself or others, and you're not going to, you're going to go nowhere in life, and I want you to go somewhere in life. And there was some clips shown today where he's actually in the room going over homework with Ronan, and there's a lot of conversation about doing homework. And it's every time you see on the video that there is something that Ronan did wrong, whether it was impersonating a teacher at school or lying to somebody or lying to a teacher or those types of things, then the consequence you see on the video is that's when he got something taken away from him or he got in some way punished. And then he acts out again, of course, as a result of that punishment. And it's very sad to see how he reacts to that, of course, but that doesn't change the fact that the jury and the court has the evidence in terms of the audio as to why that conduct happened. It was not for no purpose or malicious purpose. It was for an educational purpose.
All right, so with respect to the aggravated child abuse count, without justification, is it your position that applies to each and all of the different avenues which can be traversed in order to arrive at a conclusion of aggravated child abuse? Because the reason I ask it the way I'm asking it is, a couple of the avenues require great bodily harm, and I do have the question for both sides to address as to what, because there was evidence of mental injury. I don't believe there was any evidence of any great bodily harm. So the question is does any kind of mental injury rise to the level of where under the law it is considered to be great bodily harm? That's the first question. But this is the part of the information in terms of one of the prongs or one of the avenues that I want you to address specifically, and that is willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. And that does not require great bodily harm. And what I've just stated to you are the elements of aggravated child abuse following that avenue. And address that, because it seems to me that on that basis alone I should be denying your motion for a JOA on count one, because there's at least one avenue that jumps out at the court that clearly a jury would be the proper entity to decide, the issues in this case because of where the evidence stands at this point.
So interestingly, the jury instructions don't give us a definition of caged and whether it's temporal or not. And two things I would point out factually to the court. One is many, many times when the door closed in the video, you don't hear a lock. So the door isn't locked on many occasions. So Ronan could open the door and walk out, just like anyone can in any room, and therefore those definitely would not fit the term of that level of confinement that one would say would be synonymous with the Webster's dictionary version of caged. There are times where he is, but there's a temporal aspect to that. And we heard it from, I believe it was Officer Lowe.
Let me ask, was there one time in any video that was played by the state where the victim walked out of the room without the parents opening the door first? I don't recall seeing a single instance of where that occurred.
That is true, but that's different because the door not being locked would not, in the terms of confinement under the law, in terms of like other types of cases or kidnapping cases or people being cuffed to things, you can decide not to go out. You can decide not to go out because there might be a consequence to going out and that you get in trouble because you weren't supposed to go out.
But why wouldn't that be a basis for confinement under the law where you have great fear that if you come out, bad things will happen to you? To me, is there anything in the case law that gives guidance on, because I'm not sure I agree with your argument that it wasn't locked, but that would be up for the jury to decide. But the legal point that you're raising for me is whether confinement actually requires a lock or confinement be achieved by virtue of the inducement of fear in the victim, so the victim is scared to death to come out.
So the difference in this particular set of circumstances, and the case law does say, I mean, not on caged per se, but on child abuses, and you just read it, Judge, it's very fact specific. So we're dealing with the facts here, which is parent-child, right? Parent-child in a situation where at times children get punished. If I send my daughter to her room and say, you're confined, you're not going anywhere tonight, you're staying in your room all night, I'll see you in the morning, it's not that she is confined in terms of caged under the law. She's not supposed to come out. Doesn't mean she can't come out. That is not a crime. That is not something where this court would find I committed child abuse. So I think there's a difference because of the circumstances between the two parties here, father, son. And clearly, as you can see in the video, every instance is tied to something that Ronan has done. He's admitted that on the stand.
But are you making the argument there that just because there might have been a legitimate purpose in the punishment, that a parent can never exceed, going back to the language used in the Tucker case, or excuse me, the Tate case, that where the punishment exceeds the permissible bounds of what is proper? To me, that presupposes there can be a motivation or a legitimate reason that started the punishment per se, but that punishment can go off the rails and exceed what is permissible in any reasonable society. I mean, you're not making that argument, are you?
No.
All right.
Of course, it could. And again, and as the court.
All right, so you just accepted that.
Yes.
So if you accept that, do you not agree then it becomes a jury question as to determine whether the punishment here, the specific punishment, crossed the bounds of what is proper in a society such that it could be aggravated child abuse? Because I believe there's enough that they could define that the victim was unlawfully caged, and so if you concede that, doesn't it have to go to the jury to decide it?
So again, then we would say in every case that every case would then go to the jury, because it's a question of do the facts meet the elements, right? And that's what I'm getting at, is that this specific set of facts.
Well, it is that is the question, but it also comes with a big proviso, provided at this stage the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. So when you want to refer to that room as a structure, a box, or a cage, they get the inference that, hey, it's a cage, and it demonstrates caging at this point, don't they?
Well, I think caging, so the issue is that since my reading of the jury instructions is that there isn't a definition of the word cage. So, what we're really looking at is, and by all accounts, it's a room, correct? The caging aspect, is my understanding, would be, just from Webster's version, is that it's locked and confined and you can't get out. The only sort of caging case that I think I found in the fourth was was Blow versus State. Doesn't really apply because it's handcuffed and chained to something kind of a case. And quite frankly, in that case, they said the district court held that the plain meaning of the term cage does not include the act of chaining or handcuffing, and therefore the state did not present a prima facie case. And that's Blow versus State, 993 Southern 2nd 540. I'm sorry, that's a second DCA case, not a fourth. I didn't find one in the fourth.
Right. So, Mr. Wade, because I do think you might have a meritorious argument that there are some aspects of count one that should be narrowed. And so I want to focus on that because that, to me, is where the real legal issue here is. In all of the avenues that are available for aggravated child abuse under count one, you agree that there are some that do not require great bodily injury, correct? The one I just talked about does not require great bodily injury.
Correct.
All right. So is your motion such that you're moving for a JOA on certain aspects of count one where great bodily injury is a requirement, and in your view, the evidence that's been presented by the state fails to demonstrate great bodily harm? Because if that's your motion, there may be parts that I need to have a conversation with the state about, because I have questions and they will need to explain to me where the evidence is of great bodily harm, if great bodily harm does not include PTSD or any mental injury. And if it doesn't, then there may be a basis to narrow count one.
So would it be both? Obviously, I'm moving for all counts, but as I made the argument, it includes what.
Yeah, you're going to lose on. I'm just going to tell you up front. You can make your argument for the record. You're going to lose on the willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully or unlawfully caged. I would be denying that because I think it jumps out at me that there's enough evidence for that. But the others, I'm not so sure, which is why I want to focus on that, because that's where the bigger part of my effort needs to be focused on at this point, is if I have to narrow count one.
Fair. So my position on that, and obviously then I'll turn it over to the state, is that great bodily harm and permanent disfigurement, they are defined. Defined as great means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate, and as such does not include mere bruises.
But it's got to be bodily harm, right? Physical.
Yes, bodily harm.
Harm to the tissue, to the bones, to the skin,
Correct.
Those kinds of things. Mental injury does not fall within that category.
Not on reading of cases that I've been looking at.
Okay, so let me take you to the second avenue. It's kind of in the information as well. I marked it as number 2, the avenue. And that is that the defendant did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury. Now, that standing alone, you would lose, because I think there's evidence of mental injury. But it looks to me like in that particular avenue that it carries with it the conjunction and that it still has to have or result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Let me hear your comment on that as well, because I think you're making the argument that it applies, but I want to hear you say it so I can properly register it.
Yeah, it's a conjunctive. It's an and, not an or. Yes, I agree with the court on that.
All right. Do you have any case law to where it's been interpreted that way? I mean, I think reading it makes me understand it that way, but it won't be the first time I've read a statute and there is an appellate case out there that interprets it in a way that I might not always have interpreted it. Were any case?
I focused on the fourth, and I used Wheeler versus State. It's a 2016 case, 203 Southern 3rd 1007.
All right, and so the last avenue that's in the information, and that is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF, a child contrary to Florida statute 827.03. By virtue of the aggravated battery, that presupposes and subsumes great bodily injury, doesn't it?
Yes, Judge.
And so just mental injury would not be enough to sustain that prong. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So I'm in agreement with a substantial portion of what your argument here is. I haven't heard the state yet, but I see where you're going with your argument. I've told you that I already disagree with you on the one avenue that talks about willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. Are you going to address count 2 or count 3 at this point, or is your motion only to address count 1?
Count 1, Judge.
Okay. All right. So let me turn it over to the state. And who's going to argue, Ms. Black? All right, so I've given you kind of a roadmap of some of the issues that I've already looked at, and I want you to address. And I saw you shaking your head back there when I was talking about the mental injury. You concede that mental injury does not constitute great bodily harm under the statute?
Yes, under the statute is not. We are not proceeding under 1A or 1E. We are going under the theories of 1B, 1C, and 1D.
Okay, so let me go through the information, and then you can address it. The information says that, Christine and Timothy Farron are about December 28, 2021 to January 28, 2022. And I'm going to cut through what I don't have to read. Did knowingly, and this is what I consider the first avenue, did knowingly or willfully intentionally inflict physical or mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF a child. Okay. That presupposes the infliction of physical or mental injury. I think you have both of those here. There was physical injury and there was mental injury. The physical injury doesn't necessarily mean great bodily injury, but there was physical injury and there was mental injury based on the evidence that I've received. But that carries with it the additional requirement under that avenue that it has to result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. So my question to you is the state pursuing a conviction under that prong? All right, so that settles that. The motion for JOA on that prong is granted, so that won't be presented to the jury. So let's go to the second avenue. Did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury? Again, it's just like the first avenue. You've got the physical injury and you've got the mental injury, but you have that little word there, and it says did result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF. Is the state pursuing a conviction under that avenue?
Can you give me 1 minute, Your Honor?
And you may want to address the word and what you think it means.
Your Honor, it seems like you are going off of the information, the charging document. We're going over the jury instructions as far as each of the elements.
Well, but the information tracks the statute, doesn't it?
Your Honor, we're not proceeding under that prong. However, as to the great bodily harm, however, the lesser of child abuse includes the portion of that without great bodily harm.
Without great, so,
you would be asking going forward on that.
Right. Right. I'm only dealing with the top level offense, and I'm ruling the way I am because of the absence of great bodily harm, but that does not negate the lesser included offense of child abuse, which doesn't require great bodily harm. So let me be clear on that. So based on that, deal with the and did result. Do you agree with at least the court's initial interpretation of that and Mr. Wahid's conclusion as well, that in that avenue it requires that there also be great bodily injury?
Yes, if it says and, then it.
All right. So you're not pursuing that based on the evidence that the court received thus far. And then the third avenue, I've already ruled in your favor on that: willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, RTF a child. That one you are pursuing, and I would think that that's the major brunt of the state's case in regard to count one. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Your Honor. And just to kind of address what defense said in their argument as far as Blow versus State, in that case, it did not. That they said that caging does not include chaining a child, but they did talk about how the caging aspect is a wire or bar box-like structure or a small restrictive.
Yeah, you don't need to spend any real time on that because I've sat through the hours of video as well. It can be up to these folks to determine if that's a cage or not. What I'm concluding is there's enough evidence for them to determine that it could be, so it's going to be up to them. And then the last one, which I consider to be the fourth avenue, is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF. Do you agree that that presupposes great bodily harm, so you would not be pursuing the charges or a conviction under that avenue?
Correct. Okay,
so here's where we are with what will be presented to the jury if we get there after the presentation of the defense case in this matter. So count one, the motion for JOA is granted as to count one with respect to everything except the requirements in the avenue of willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, which, based on the court's conclusions, as to the evidence up to this point, that would be presented to the jury to determine. That does not mean that the lesser included offense of child abuse will not be presented, because it will, because that does not include the element of great bodily harm, which is the primary impetus behind my rulings in narrowing down count 1. So everybody with me on my rulings on count 1? So I think I've covered everything I need to cover in terms of my rulings. Is there anything else, Mr. Waheed, that you would need me to address from the standpoint of your motion for JOA? Okay. Any clarification? Okay. All right. And the court will reiterate and reconfirm its prior rulings in regard to all of the motions and objections that Mr. Waheed and the defense have made during this proceeding. If that's what we're just renewing all of that so that they're the same ruling as before. Ms. Black, anything that you ask or need clarification from the court on as far as my ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this time, Mr. Waheed, it's appropriate for me to ask before I bring the jury out is, do you intend to put on a defense? Yes, sir. All right. And have you made a decision at this stage as to whether your client intends to testify so that I can conduct the necessary colloquy?
I have some civilian witnesses and a doctor.
All right. So you want to do those witnesses before you make a decision as to whether your client will testify or not? Okay. All right. So that just means that I'll defer the colloquy for you, Mr. Ferriter, until such time as we're at that point where you have to make a decision whether you're going to testify or not in your own behalf. You understand all that, sir? Okay, good. All right. So, Mr. Waheed, I don't see Ms. Murad.
I was hoping to start with our West Coast witnesses who are on Zoom. As I was making the argument, I just need to make sure that they're...
You want to take a 10-minute recess before we start? All right, so we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes.
And Your Honor, to remind you, I renewed my objection to, in light of the testimony to Kellen McCoy, who is the teacher, about the incident where he embarrassed his sister, as that is not an issue in dispute. It was disclosed by the child during his testimony, fully admitted to it, and to have an additional witness testify to the same event that is not in dispute would be cumulative, especially when it's a prior bad act of the victim.
Mr. Waheed, do you want to address that, or is that for Ms. Murad? Let's get you mic'd up over there. You're good.
Yes. So that incident results in a response from Ferriters, which goes to part of our case, which is that they engaged the school. They took the time to listen and understand what happened and gather all the facts before doing any sort of response with Ronan. So going through that process that the Ferriters went through goes to all of what we're saying, that their conduct is not malicious, that it is educational, that it is parental, and it drives directly to a parental defense.
Is she going to testify to anything else other than what was admitted by the victim on the stand?
Yes, she's going to testify to the fact that the Ferriters engaged with her in the school and exactly what I just said.
And she's a teacher?
She's a teacher.
And Your Honor, if you'll recall, the child testified to those specifics, that there was a meeting, that his mom had a meeting, and that his dad came, and that he went into the room with the teacher with the dad. All of the facts in which she's going to elicit have already been elicited without dispute.
Yeah, I'm going to deny the motion. I think the defense is entitled to call the witness because she may have a flavor that the victim himself didn't present, and so you're entitled to present your defense, and I'm going to allow that witness to testify. Consistent with the scope and the parameters that I've already set out many times already with my in limine rulings.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Can you let the jury know it'll be 10 minutes, and then we'll start back up with the defense case. All right. Court's in recess for 10 minutes.
Before we start defense, I emailed Your Honor's judicial assistant about the two witnesses that will testify by Zoom. We're going to do them first, so if you could just make sure they're there.
Let me pull up my email here.
Thank you. I emailed Ms. White directly, so it may not be there.
Well, she would send it to me, so let me just see if I've got it here.
Do a wheel. When we get a chance.
You sent it to division.
on the break. Okay, we'll spin a wheel. I forgot to do it earlier on, and we'll do one instead of doing the end because we've got 10-minute break. So, oh, geez. Hang on, let me lessen this then so you can see a bit better. Here we are. Right, first wheel. Let's see if it lands on mods. Only stream again. Woo! Free membership. Okay, I owe a free membership, even though I gave 2 out yesterday. Remove that. Spin again. I did not want hot pepper, that's for sure. Fucking hell. Oh my life. Okay, well, it's not happening today, that's for sure. So we'll be doing a 24-hour stream at some point. I don't know when we're going to be doing it, but I owe a 24-hour stream then. Jesus. Wahoo. Oh. I thought of it, but the wheel is just, I go with free membership and a 24-hour stream. And Lady Law, don't think you're getting away with it. So you'll be joining me. Um, so just let everybody know, Lady Law will be joining me on 24-hour stream. I mean, she won't be doing 24 hours, but she'll be joining me in parts of it. So, right, that's the two. Let me just land on me. I know. I don't know why I do it as well. I might give up the wheel. It's do my head in now. Um, for the comment about how old I am and look. Yeah, but just remember, you always a mods only now, so right. I don't know. I have to plan it. Probably it's gonna be a weekend. It'll be a weekend. It's on Saturday, Sunday, between college and NFL. He's gonna look mad old. Yes. I need to get a free thing for you guys then. Just chuck good money after bad for you, but sounds okay. Let me just like that. Bear with me, guys. I will get us. um, I will get us. What do you call it? Some free memberships. I will get. Not the rugby day. No. Yeah, I want to do it with sports involved and stuff, and I might have Discord up as well. I'll just play some stuff on Discord and the stream so that I can watch some stuff. Membership gifting, membership. Oh, oh, my love, my love, my love. Oh, my love, oh my, oh my, oh my love, oh my, oh my. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right, my gift has been mentioned in live stream. Ooh, hey! I'm glad we went to someone I like. Hannah Elke. It'll pop up now. But Hannah's got one. Yes, I like Hannah. I like Hannah, so it's fine. I like Hannah a lot. I wanted Katie to have one as well, but she's not here. So maybe that um has influence, I'm not sure. So Hannah, if you're here, Well done, congratulations. I don't know why it's not appearing on stream. Yeah, I like Hannah, so it's fine. No worries, Hannah. I'm glad that it went to you. I like it going to people that support the channel, so thank you. Here we go. Alternate Corner gifted 1 Blue Wench Club membership to viewers, and it went to Hannah LK has become a member. Let's go, Hannah. Let's go. That was quite good. Let's do one more, shall we? One more, and that's it then. I've given out. I was supposed to give one now. I gave 2 out last night. I'll give one more out now then, because just to say thank you to you guys. So make sure your membership is open. Oh, Jonathan, you don't need to super chat at all, mate. Just become a member. I'd rather you become a member constantly. Also PayPal me, don't super chat me. All right, hang on, let me get it again then. Membership gifting, one more. One membership. Just takes forever. Bye. Bye, Miss America, bye. Put the Chevy to the levee and the levee will try. And good old fine whiskey and rye. Dee 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 dee. Good old alternate corner. Nisha was gifted a membership. Nisha, I do remember Nisha. Nisha's not been here for a while, don't think. Nisha, well, congratulations to Nisha for being given a alternate corner membership. Doing yes, finding song, yes. Hiya, Anne. Hello, Anne. Nice to see you, Anne. I've seen you for a while. Feels like a while anyway. It's probably only been a couple of days. So Ultracore gifted Blue Wench Club membership to viewers, and it went to ooh, Nisha has become a member. Yes. So congratulations, Nisha. So yes, good. I'm glad. Hannah, I am genuinely glad it went to you, the first one, because you are a supporter of the stream. You're here, and I'm chuffed to bits that you're here. So thanks for the constant support. Um, yeah, you do. So every month it goes differently. It goes up, different colours. I can make them into different things, but I just can't. So Perry, how long left in translate? So they're gonna finish between 5 and 6 Eastern. So that's 10 to 11. 10 to 11 UK time. So we're looking at another. I reckon we could be here to 6. So an hour and a half. Yeah, the defense want to finish at 5, but the court have said they carry on to 6 unless they need to. Right, whenever you guys you're talking about blowing trans, I look at it going, you're blowing a transsexual. Jonathan is blowing a transsexual. That's how I interpret that. Jesus, Sarah says it as well. Dallas trans has to be fit. Each to their own, Jonathan. Each to their own. Yeah, so I'm the only one that sees it. Literally, I'm the only one that sees that. Go that Jonathan is looking for a fit trans that he's gonna blow. The trans is gonna blow him tonight. It's like that's what happened to him. Oh, jeez. Imagine me doing a
Ladies and
24-hour
gentlemen
stream.
of the jury, we have now, as you know, completed the state's portion of the case. The state has rested. And as I advised you at the very beginning, the defense has an opportunity to put on a defense if they wish. They will be calling witnesses, so we are now in that portion of the case called the defense's case. And with that, Mr. Waheed, does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
This time, the defense calls Kellen McCoy.
Okay. All right. Before we administer the oath to Ms. McCoy, this testimony is being conducted via Zoom by agreement of the parties. The witness will be sworn in. And again, you are to view and consider and listen to the testimony the same as you would if this person was sitting right here on the witness stand here. Everybody understand that?
I agree, Hannah.
All right. So, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Waheed, you may proceed.
All right. So, and it's a little weird. I'm not facing anywhere, but I'm actually facing the camera. So hopefully Ms. McCoy is looking at me as I ask the questions. Ms. McCoy, if for some reason through technology you don't hear what I say, please ask me to repeat it. And of course, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense, which happens a lot, just go ahead and tell me to repeat that as well. Ms. McCoy, can you?
I think I'm going to make it easier on you. I'm going to switch the video for her so she just look right at that video there.
Okay, great.
All right, you have to proceed.
Can you please state your full name?
Kellen Marie Hynum.
And what was your maiden name?
McCoy.
Okay. So currently, are you working?
No.
You're home with a fairly young child, correct?
A couple, yes.
Okay. Back in 2018-19, were you working as a teacher?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you teaching?
At that point in time, maybe four or so years.
And what city did you live in at that time?
Tucson, Arizona.
What school did you teach at?
Immaculate Heart Academy.
Was Immaculate Heart is that a private school, public school?
Private.
Okay. And what grades did you teach back then?
I taught second grade, third grade, and fourth grade consecutively.
And do you recall in 2018-19 school year, what grade were you teaching?
I'm not certain. It was either third or fourth grade.
All right. So, do you know the name Nola Ferriter?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know her?
She was a student of mine.
And do you remember when that was?
2019.
In 2019?
I believe 2019.
Okay. Was there ever some moment where Nola's brother comes into your classroom and asks you to make an announcement? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was, approximately?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you recall when, approximately, what month and year that happened?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember for sure. Maybe February of 2019 or March.
All right. And would it help to refresh your recollection if you had something to look at from that time?
Yes.
So earlier today, my office should have emailed you a document. If you take a look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the time frame we're talking about.
Yes. 1 second.
I'm sorry?
March of 2019.
All right, so March of 2019. All right. And tell me what you recall happening between Ronan and Nola in your class?
Ronan came into my classroom and asked if he could make an announcement to my class, which at that point in time, it was a regular thing for teachers to send students to other classrooms to make announcements. So I said, yes, you can make an announcement to the class. So he walked to the front of the class and started to say things where I quickly realized he was not sent by another teacher.
So apologies. That was a call. That was Matheau. So Mathew was on the phone to me. So Matt's gonna be on TV. He wanted to ask my advice about court TV. He's gonna be on court TV tonight at 9 o'clock. So Dateline's on at 9 o'clock tonight with Matt, the whole documentary. But he's also gonna be on court TV. He just wanted to see if I thought it was a good idea for him to do it, and I was like, abso-friggin-lutely, get on there, sell your book. So um he's gonna be doing Core TV tonight live at 6 o'clock Pacific, um 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. So and for people in the UK, we'll watch it tomorrow. So just good on Matt. So that's who was on the phone to me just now. So um yeah, we'll advertise that. I'll advertise that now. But yeah, so he's on there, so please watch it. We can comment about it next Wednesday then.
He said some things to Nola to humiliate her in front of the whole class.
Sarah,
He made her cry. And once I caught on to this wasn't to the fact that he was not making an announcement sent by another teacher, I stopped him and I asked him to go back to his own classroom.
And did he leave?
Yes, he did.
Did you notice any response from Nola?
Yes, she was very, very upset. She was crying, and it took a while for her to gain her composure.
What was your impression of that whole incident? I'm sure.
Sustained.
Had you?
My impression.
Had you? I'll ask another question. Had you ever had something like that happen in your class before?
Sustained.
Based on what happened, did you do anything next? Did you reach out to the parents?
Yes, I did.
And
I sent them an email.
Generally stating what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was their response to you notifying them of this action?
They came in immediately, I believe later that day, to talk about it. They had requested that they meet separately. So first I met with mom and talked to mom about what had happened. And then after that, I met with dad separately to talk about it. And while I was talking to each parent, the kids were waiting by themselves, either in the hallway or in their car. I believe Nola may have been in the car while mom was having a meeting with me, or in the hallway. And Ronan was in the hallway while I met with dad.
So let me talk to you about the dad response, Tim Ferriter's response. When he met with you, once you conveyed, so let me ask you, what is it generally he wanted to know about?
Both.
Trying to avoid the hearsay, just generally.
I'm going to overrule the question as phrased, but ma'am, you're not to say what Mr. Ferriter said. You're only supposed to state what your understanding was that he wanted to know. You can answer subject to that limitation.
So what did he want to know?
Can I continue?
Yes.
Yes, you can state what was your understanding of what he wanted to know.
My understanding is that he wanted to know the facts of what happened. He seemed concerned and wanted to just understand what the situation was.
In,
And he was very,
go ahead.
he seemed very receptive and understanding of what had happened.
Did he, in your presence, ask you any follow-up questions regarding trying to determine if there was any punishment from the school, detention, or if the school was taking any action against Ronan?
Not that I can recall.
And did he give you some indication that they would handle it as a family at home?
That was my impression, although he didn't. I don't remember him stating anything directly saying what they were or weren't going to do at home.
Was there any impression you got from that interaction as to what, if anything, he was going to do next?
Objection is a speculation.
Sustained.
No.
Based on that interaction, so you had a separate interaction.
Mr. Wade, let me just make sure the witness knows. When I sustain an objection, ma'am, that means you're not to answer it, okay? Do you understand that? And I sustain the objection to the last question, so the answer is stricken. Jury is instructed to disregard it. You may continue now, Mr. Wahid.
Sure. You had a similar conversation with the mother, correct?
Yes.
Did the mother also inquire of you as to essentially facts of what happened?
Yes.
Based on that interaction, did the mother give you any impression as to, or ask you if there were any consequences at the school that were going to take place?
Not that I can recall.
And Nola continued to be a student in your class, correct?
Yes.
One moment.
Granted.
Oh, sorry. I was tweeting. Sorry.
All
I
right,
got
any
you,
cross
Sarah.
by the state? All right, Ms. Coakley, you may proceed.
Sorry, Sarah. I got you.
You were
Thank you.
Nola's fourth grade teacher, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Ronan, at the time that this happened, was also in elementary school, correct?
Yes.
So, like, he was one grade above Nola, so he was a fifth grader at the time that this happened?
Yes, I believe he was in fifth grade.
So he was approximately 11 years old when this happened, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And the date that it happened is March 22nd, 2019, right?
Yes.
And you sent an email to the parents, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You sent an email to the parents to notify them of the incident involving their children, correct?
Yes.
And you told the parents that what occurred is that Ronan came into your classroom and asked to make an announcement.
Let me stop you there. Ma'am, it looks like you're typing on a keyboard and you cannot be reading anything or typing anything while you're testifying. So just please acknowledge to me that you're not reading. Yes, it looks to me like your hands were moving. All right, I just want to make sure. Anytime I'm doing remote testimony, I just need to make sure the witnesses understand the restrictions that you cannot be reading anything or typing anything or communicating with anyone else. You understand that?
I understand that. I'm just watching my kids.
Okay, perfectly understood. But anytime the eyes start darting away, I have to be careful that you're not getting improper influences. So you may proceed. I just want to make sure you understand the instructions.
And what Ronan said in front of the class was, I've gotten several reports from Dylan and Blake about stealing in this class. Nola, stop. Just because I'm your brother doesn't mean you can do that. And then he asked Nola to stand up, correct?
Yes.
And that made Nola cry, correct?
Yes.
That's all that he said, correct? Before you stopped him.
No, that's not all that he said. Those are just the specific words that I remembered as I was typing that email.
Okay, that's all the information that you provided to the parents, right? That he came into class and he accused his little sister of stealing, correct?
That is all the information I provided in the email. Yes.
Now, you did speak with the parents, correct?
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, guys.
You were not aware at the time how Ronan was being treated by his parents at home, correct?
Correct.
You also are not aware of how the parents chose to punish their 11-year-old son for this infraction, or are you?
Correct. I was not aware.
They didn't tell you what they were going to do with this information, correct?
They did not tell me.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Wahid? All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, the state referred to this as an infraction. At the time when it happened, is it, in your mind, was this an infraction or a prank or something like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The state, just when they asked you, referred to this incident as an infraction by Ronan, and I'm asking you, at the time when you were there, was it your perception this was an infraction or a prank or something minimal like that?
What's the definition of an infraction?
Sure. So, did you think this was just a prank between siblings? Did it come across to you as that, as something in play?
No, it didn't seem like a simple sibling prank to me.
And why?
Sustained.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wahid. All right, ma'am, that concludes your testimony. That means that you may sign off and your testimony is concluded. She's excused from further proceedings, correct?
Yes.
All right, you may sign off, counsel. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wahid, your next witness.
I'd like to call Steve Johnson.
Yeah, they like that. The ones they.
Sideways, apparently.
I don't understand
All right,
either.
Mr. Johnson, can you hear me? Let me put him back in the waiting room.
On the Zoom.
I see him in the corner there, Judge.
All right, Mr. Johnson, this is Judge Coates in Palm Beach County, Florida. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right, you've been called as a witness in the matter of State versus Ferriter. First order of business is for me to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, Mr. Wahid, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, can you state your name and what city you currently reside in?
Sure. My name is Stephen Johnson. I live in Tucson, Arizona.
And how long have you lived there?
My entire life, 40 years.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Generally, what type of work do you do?
Director of Business Development for a pain clinic.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many children do you have, sir?
9.
9 children.
Okay.
You're busy.
Correct. Yeah, apparently.
Fucking hell. 9 children. He's fucking sprouting them out. Bam, 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 bam. Jesus. This attorney is shit. Fuck. 9 children. You know, dude's a fucking Jesus. He's not shooting blanks anyway, that's for sure.
Do you know someone named Tim Ferriter?
I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim back in 2017 at a basketball camp for our daughters when he first moved here.
Here being Tucson, Arizona, correct?
Correct, here being Tucson, Arizona. And then subsequently learned that his children were going to attend the same school as mine, Immaculate Heart in Tucson.
And what would you say was the frequency of contact between you and Tim Ferriter back in those years?
At first, not much, but he and I coached basketball together for 2 seasons. We coached our daughters. And so that would have mean I would see him probably 3 or 4 times a week.
And do you recall his son, Ronan?
I do.
And do you recall when you, approximately when or how you first met Ronan?
I met Ronan at one of the practices. His dad introduced him, and he sat and watched the practice. And then he was also in my son's class at school.
So your son and his school went to school in the same class?
That is correct.
At any point, did you go to Tim's home?
I did.
And can you tell me what those occasions were about?
I was going to say, I would pin it, but she's not put it up. Thank you, Sarah P.
Why'd you go?
Literally,
Initially, they were social. There were for some kids' birthdays and the baptism of their youngest, Pierce. And there were a few times that I was over there for business. Tim was a publisher of a magazine, and I was learning how that worked from him at his home during the day.
And so did you at any point see the inside of Tim's house?
Yes.
Did you ever were you ever shown Ronan's room?
I was. That is correct.
Who showed you that room?
I believe Tim would have given me a tour my first time there.
All right. Did you at any point at that time, do you recall interacting with Ronan yourself directly?
Yes. I did interact with Ronan several times. He was always out with the family and the guests when we were over there.
Okay. In your interactions with Tim during that time, did he seem guarded or any way secretive about his family?
No.
And did you ever have occasion to see or interact with Ronan enough to get a gauge on his behavior?
I did. Ronan was always pleasant. He'd always have kind of a sly smile on his face. He was talkative. So we connected pretty easily.
And did you and Tim and your son and Ronan ever collectively engage in anything?
Perhaps within those social settings, we never had anything particular for the 4 of us.
And I know you guys were teaching, were coaching girls basketball.
Yep.
And do you know if either did you ever see or know that Ronan was engaged in any extracurricular activities back then?
No, I know that he didn't play any sports.
Right.
That I do know.
Did you on any occasion see the interaction between Tim and Ronan?
Yes.
How would you describe that interaction?
Oftentimes, because Ronan would sit and watch the practices, there would be some times when Tim would go over to help him with homework or something that he needed, common if a kid is near a parent. there were times when we would be at a game and I'd show up and I'd notice that Ronan had a notebook out and he would be writing, "I will not hit my sister," like 50 times or whatever the number was. And the reason that's
Mr. Johnson, there's been an objection. You cannot say what someone said or what they wrote. That's hearsay. That part of the answer is stricken. The jury is instructed to disregard it. All right, you may continue with your next question, Mr. Waheed.
Without saying what he was writing, you saw him writing things at the practice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of why he was doing those writings?
I did.
And what was your understanding?
I'm going to sustain it, but approach, because you may have an exception you're going to rely on.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just doing that. But bye, Anne. Bye, Anne. See you, Anne. Sorry, didn't see that. See you later. I'm just trying to promote some of Matt Moore's stuff that he's Dateline tonight and also um, on Court TV as well. So it's important to him because Court TV treated him like shit when he was in jail, and it's a bit of a fuck you to them tonight in the interview. See you later, Anne. Take care. And obviously I can't be there because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I watch it, so I'll watch it tomorrow when I get a I got an engineer coming over, for internet broadband between the hours of 8 a.m. and 1 p.m., which I hate. I didn't think this could be streamed today, because my internet didn't kick into actually working again until about 10 o'clock this morning. All morning I had no internet. And it's been dodgy the last couple of days, but it's worked fine. It's worked fine today, touch wood so far. This dude's looking good. Jesus, is that 2 years still on the table? Prosecution? Is Lady Law doing it? No, Matt Moore. Matt Moore, not Lady Law. How can we watch the cake? I think it'll be on YouTube tomorrow. Dateline, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, it's Matt doing it. No, I presume it's YouTube and TV. I presume. Sarah, I'll be honest with you, Matt. But you've seen Matt, yeah. Um, he's not like he's not like no. It's so I don't think she is. I don't think she is. No, guys, I genuinely don't know. I Court TV. I presume it's on YouTube. It's Court TV live, so I presume that's on YouTube. I don't know. It's in America, so I have no idea, guys. Dateline is NBC or whatever it's called. I think his slot is 7 minutes for Court TV. So, and the Dateline stuff, I don't know. I don't think Sally is doing a watch party. I don't think she is. I think she's going to do a watch party afterwards. In a couple of weeks, or something. Good question, Sarah. I'd like to know too. Sarah never asks good questions. Uh, no, so I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know. Um, I thought that it was common knowledge. You could just watch it on YouTube, to be quite honest with you. And Dateline, I've no idea how your system works out there with you Americans. So for us in the UK, we'll just have to wait until it launches on Dateline. Oh, hey, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Sorry, Dunya, I've been sleeping today. I've been nodding off on stream today. I do apologise, guys. Ex-teacher, John, ex-teacher. She's no longer a teacher. Maybe that's why she's no longer a teacher. Because it's not knowing what infraction is. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Hello, Crow Spies. Hello. I didn't know you were covering this trial. Yes, be covering it from start. Hope you're well, Crow Spies. So yes, guys. I'm not sure if Sarah Glenn is still here. Is Sarah in here? But thank you, Sarah, and to Fortune Cookie for subscribing today. No, they're not. I don't think.
All right, so the objection is sustained. Next question, Mr. Waheed.
Yeah, she might be distracted, to be fair.
Sir, did you observe Tim be affectionate to Ronan?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Jesus.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining Roland?
Yes.
Did you observe an interaction between them where Tim was not disciplining Ronan?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that they, in your mind, that strike that? Did Ronan show affection for Tim?
Objection relevant.
Yes.
I overruled. I'll allow that question.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining the other children in his family?
Yes. Yes.
And just so we're clear, you knew Tim and you were interacting with Tim during 2017, correct?
Correct. Yes.
2018?
Yes.
And into 2019?
Yes.
Until his child, Ronan, left Immaculate Heart and went to another school?
Until they left for Florida, I believe.
Okay. So even when Ronan switched schools, you were still interacting with Tim and his family, correct?
Correct.
No other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Waheed. Any cross? Yes, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Okay. So you stated that you kind of became friends with Mr. Ferriter back in 2017?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you both coached your daughters in basketball?
Yes.
Okay, you stated on direct that you had seen Ronan's room, right?
Yes.
And that was inside of the house?
Correct.
And that was before Pierce had been born, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know where he was living after Pierce was born?
That is correct.
You also stated that you did not see a structure in the garage, right?
That is right.
Okay, and you didn't really have any contact with Mr. Ferriter when he had decided to move to Florida?
Aside from a few text messages wishing things like Happy Thanksgiving, no.
Okay, so you never went to his house in Jupiter back in December of 2021?
That is correct.
You never saw where Ronan was living at that time, right?
That is correct.
You never saw the structure where Ronan was living in, right?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You never saw the structure that Ronan had been living in 2021?
I did not.
And you weren't made aware of how the defendant had been disciplining him at that time, right?
I had not been made aware of any specifics.
1 minute, Your Honor.
Granted.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Waheed? All right, thank you, Mr. Waheed. Mr. Johnson, that concludes your testimony. Is this witness now excused? Yes. Okay. All right, sir, your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and sign off Zoom. Thank you for being here. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So one more on Zoom. He said 3 civilians. Judge is okay. Judge
All
is
right,
okay.
Ms. Murad, Mr. Wahid, call your next witness.
Not as good as our last judge for the niece's trial. He was excellent. He's the best judge ever. Generally the best judge I've ever seen. I miss him. Perry straight in there.
And Mark, when you come in, you can go ahead and change the input on the screen so the jury's not burdened with the Zoom link.
Right, come on, let's go. Let's go. Dee 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 doo da. Dee 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 da. Dee 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 da. Let's go. Go. Boom. Bee bee ba ba da ba da ba ba da da. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Depends. Did you hit them, Nunya? Did you actually physically hit them with a spoon? Because that would be abuse. If you didn't, then you're fine.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Wahid, you may begin at your convenience.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your last name for us?
Sev Debizadi, D-E, B for Bob, O-R-Z-A-T-T-I.
He's Australian, man.
And where do you live?
I live in Melbourne, Australia.
And how do you know Tim Ferriter?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim when we were at seniors in high school in 1992. I was an exchange student. I met Tim then, and we've been friends ever since.
Where was that?
That was in Milford, Michigan.
Okay. And over the years, you and Tim have interacted continuously, correct?
Correct. We've probably seen each other on 9 or 10 occasions in person, and we've stayed in contact via phone and FaceTiming with our kids and so on and so forth.
And your children know his family, correct?
Correct.
And you actually visited his house in 2013, correct?
Correct.
And then again in 2019, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to take you to 2019. Mm-hmm. So in 2019, tell me if you remember approximately when in the year did you visit his house?
It would have been July.
Right.
Sir, move up to the mic just a little bit closer and speak a little bit louder. I want to make sure you're getting accurately recorded.
Sorry, July.
All right. And where was that home?
That was in Sedona.
The home was in Sedona?
Yes.
Was the home possibly in Tucson?
Tim's home was in Tucson, but when I first got there, we went to Sedona.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay, so let's start with Sedona. So you were with your family?
Correct.
And how many children do you have?
3 children.
Okay. When you went to Sedona, were you with Tim's family?
I went with Tim. Tim met us in Phoenix. We drove up to Sedona to meet Tracy, Nola, Ronan, and Fiona, and Pierce.
And what type of structure did you all stay in?
It was a 2-story home. Tim and his family stayed on the top level, and my wife and my kids stayed on the bottom level.
And do you know where did Ronan sleep during that time?
Ronan slept in the master room with Tim and Tracy.
And how long was that time that you guys were in that house in Sedona?
Approximately 5 days.
All right. It was just a vacation in Sedona?
Correct. We went there. Fiona had a softball tournament. So obviously Tim and Tracy took her around to all the softball tournaments that she could play, and it was a big one, and they invited us to come down and spend some time and do that. So we went down there for the softball tournament. Yep.
All right. Subsequent to Sedona, where did you all go?
We hired an Airbnb in Tucson, 2 or 3 minutes from where Tim and Tracy live.
Did you, on that trip, have occasion to go to Tim's house?
Yes, I did.
And when you went to Tim's house, did you look around the house?
Yes, I did. Tim showed me around.
And did you interact with Ronan on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did Ronan do?
Just normal kid. He spoke to me and showed me around, showed me his room, as all the kids did, and was happy to show me and was excited and showed me his toys and books and so on and so forth.
And where was his room?
His room was in the garage.
All right. And did you have any occasion to see Ronan interacting with your children?
Yes, I did.
And one of your children is a special needs child, correct?
Correct.
And what's that issue, if you can tell us?
My youngest son has autism.
All right. So in the interaction that you observed between Ronan and your children, did anything occur that concerned you?
There was an incident in the pool where, Ronan would be overly aggressive, duck the children underwater and hold them down there for a little bit and so on and so forth. So yeah, but I mean, I was there, so I was there to protect and look after them, but I wouldn't have left my children alone if it was just Ronan and the kids.
So don't kids play like that, putting their heads underwater, that sort of thing?
I think when both of them choose to do it together and they play, this was more just one pushing the other down against their will.
And with your special needs child, did that give you any extra cause to pause?
Just maybe keep an extra eye out, just to make sure everything was okay, and I kept an eye on where he was and where the rest were.
Were there decisions made about going out for dinner or things like that with the Ferriters that factored in Ronan in any way?
We always went out together, so we never left any of the kids behind. We were always as a group, as a family. We went out together, we ate together, we swam together, we played together, we did everything together as families.
All right. One moment. Going back to Sedona for a moment, was there ever an incident there that happened with Ronan that caused you concern?
When we were leaving and we were packing up and I guess checking the house before we left, we noticed there were knives missing from the kitchen. So we started to look for those to make sure we put those back and find out where they were. We couldn't find them, and then Tracy went into Ronan's bag to have a look and found the knives and brought them back. And we put those away. So there was probably a handful of knives that were missing and found in Ronan's bag.
No other questions.
Any Cross? All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
I just want to get your last name right. It's Mr. Debrazzati?
Debrazzati, yep.
Debrazzati, okay. So when did you first meet Mr. Ferriter?
1992.
And you've been friends ever since?
Correct.
You stated that you visited his house back in 2019?
Yes.
And this was after the vacation you guys had taken to Sedona?
It was right after.
Okay. So you stated that you saw Ronan's room, right?
Correct.
And you stated that it was in the garage?
Yes.
Okay, did you see if there was a bucket in there?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you see whether or not the door locked from the outside or the inside?
The door was open, so I was unaware of any lock.
Okay, did you see if there was a light switch inside the room?
I didn't look.
Was there a bathroom inside of that structure?
There wasn't a bathroom in the structure, no.
Now, you stated about an incident with the kids in the pool?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it a fair assessment that they were just horse playing in the pool?
Yeah, like I said before, I would normally say that if there was two interacting together and playing, but this was more one imposing his will on the others. The girls didn't really want to play. They didn't want to be ducked or really horse played, but he continued to do it. So.
How old was Ronan at that time?
I think he was 11.
So he's basically being like the annoying older brother at that point.
Yeah, annoying and yeah.
But you were there to protect them if they needed to be protected.
Absolutely, I wouldn't have left.
You also talked about an incident with some knives.
Correct.
Okay, and the fact that Tracy had taken them from Ronan.
From his bag.
He didn't threaten you with those knives?
No.
He didn't threaten the kids with those knives?
Not that I'm aware of.
He didn't threaten Tracy with those knives?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's just that he had the knives and she took them out of the bag.
Correct. Yeah. So I don't even know if he knew how long he had them for.
Now, did you ever visit the Ferriters' house in Jupiter in 2021?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the living arrangement was at that time?
No.
You don't know if there was a similar room that there was in Arizona in Jupiter?
No.
Woman, Your Honor?
Granted.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Waid?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, looks like you do, so you may proceed.
Sir, would you have left your kids with Ronan unsupervised?
Objection, relevance.
Absolutely not.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, sir?
Absolutely not.
And why not?
I would think it would be unsafe.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness testimony concluded at this point? Yes. Excused. All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness, Ms. Murad or Mr. Waheed.
At this time, the defense called Dr. Stuart Graham.
And you're doing the direct, Ms. Murad?
Yes,
okay.
Oh, right. I guess we're going till 6 then.
Training. The one university.
Take.
This is the mic.
Right, I'll start
No
it from
worries.
here to see if Sarah P actually puts this witness up. Let's test her out.
Sir, could you state your name for us, please?
Oh,
Yes, is the microphone all right?
Yes,
It is.
Stuart Graham, like the cracker. Graham.
Dr. Graham, could you take us through your educational experience?
I can. I have a baccalaureate degree from the University of Texas at Austin in microbiology. I have a medical degree from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, Texas. I completed 2 years following medical school, postgraduate training in anatomic pathology at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, Ohio. I am a pathologist by training. The one part of after medical school of training in pathology is called anatomic pathology. That's the specialty of pathology that most people think of as being real pathology, where you perform autopsies, you receive specimens, you look at those specimens under a microscope, and you then reach conclusions regarding disease. Following completion of 2 years in Cleveland, Ohio, in anatomic pathology. I then completed 2 additional years of training in clinical pathology at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. Clinical pathology is another branch of pathology which deals with the study of disease in human beings. It differs, though, in anatomic pathology, in that rather than looking at
I missed this.
portions of the body, either with the naked eye or under a microscope, the disease processes rather are studied by the use of laboratory tests. And the part in clinical pathology deals with the implementation of laboratory tests and the interpretation of laboratory tests. Following those 2 years, so now we're 4 years following medical school, I completed a 5th year of training after some time in the subspecialty of forensic pathology. I completed that training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in the city of New York. Forensic pathology, as you may know, is the area of pathology which deals primarily with the interaction of disease and injury in the human body. And as such, forensic pathologists are often asked to make determinations with regard to what natural disease did a person have, what injuries did they have, and what was the result of those natural diseases and or injuries. I would say that the injuries can be of a variety of sorts. They can be, of course, violent, either with a hammer, with a knife, or with a gun. But injuries can also be those of withholding things, such as food. It's possible to starve a person to death. Following completion of that fellowship, I then, after that, sat for the American Board of Pathology certifications and passed those my first time in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, cytopathology, and forensic pathology. After completion of and receipt of my certifications, I've been active for the past, gosh, I am old, 30 years in both the 30 years in the performance of surgical pathology, which involves the study of specimens from live patients, and for 13 years in forensic pathology, which, as I said, is a little bit different of a specialty, which involves the inclusion of injuries as well. At this time, I most recently now work as a forensic pathologist in a variety of capacities. I do per diem work. Most recently, last year, I was at the last year I was in Webb County, Texas, on the Rio Grande, working as a medical examiner for 3 months, which, as you can guess, was quite busy. I also perform private postmortem exams on behalf of families and hospitals. And finally, I do consultations both in civil court and in criminal court, as we are here today.
And in this case, were you hired by my firm to review some records and come to an opinion regarding a particular issue?
I was.
Okay. Could you take this jury through the records that you reviewed?
I will. The records I reviewed were the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office of offense report, the Children Protection Services report. There were some photographs associated with the Children's Protective Services report. There were health records from JFK North. There were also pediatric records from Infants and Children's, which is a large group of pediatricians which took care of Ronan. And I believe that's about it.
So I want to talk specifically about the Infants and Children's records. What years do those span?
Well, the records span, the records span from the time that Ronan is 8 years, 8 months, up until the time that Ronan is 13 years, 3 months, or thereabout. In other words, approximately from June 1 of 2016 until December 21st of.
I just seen Perry's comment, and he looks like Hitler with the position of that mic. Oh my God, he does. He does. Sorry, he absolutely does. Oh.
Of 2021.
Okay. Based on those records, what is your opinion regarding Ronan's nourishment, health, and weight?
Based upon those records, it's important to note that the records include within them a calculation which is endorsed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, and because that the assessment of nourishment is a national of national importance in pediatrics, there's a standardized way of doing it, and for each child, for their particular sex and their particular age, a calculation is performed that's called a body mass index. Well, we can call it BMI for short. But the importance of the BMI is that it takes the person's height into account and their weight to give a calculation so that for a person's sex and age, you can compare an apple with an apple. And so that you're not comparing a child's weight without relationship to their height, which obviously would cause obvious problems. The BMI then, which is endorsed by the CDC, those records were included in the ones that I reviewed, and there's a chart, and the chart shows that in 2016, when he was 8 years, 8 months old, his BMI was had a numerical value of 40. Later, in December of 2021, his BMI had risen to a value of 56. Now, it's perfectly fair for you to ask me, well, what does 40 mean and what does 56 mean? It's actually quite simple. For a BMI of 40, it would mean that at least for boys of his age, which would be 8 years, 8 months, at least 39% of the boys would weigh less. For a BMI of 56, it would mean for his age at that time, which was in December of 2021, that at least 55% of the boys would have a BMI of less than 56. That clearly, by the definition of the Center for Disease Control, means that Ronan's BMI was completely normal. In fact, right smack in the middle.
What does that tell you about, I mean, is there any evidence of malnourishment in the record?
No, there is not. By the records that I reviewed, Ronan's most recent BMI of 56. He has a weight at that time of about 113 pounds, 4 ounces. In order to be judged to be not of a healthy weight, he would have to lose over 18% of his weight. So he's well out.
Have a great weekend, Sarah. Thanks for all your dedication this week. Appreciate you. Have a lovely weekend. Take care of yourself, and see you. I'm not sure if I'm streaming Monday because you're all off. So I'll see you Tuesday, Sarah. Anyway, if I do stream Monday, I'll see you Tuesday anyway because you're off anyway. So have a great weekend.
Outside the guidelines for being underweight.
Okay, and is it fair to say that there's no evidence in the record that he wasn't being fed?
Sustain, rephrase with a more specific period.
In the records that you viewed from 2016 to 2019, you said there's no evidence of malnourishment, correct?
Yes, I said there is no evidence of malnourishment as judged by the BMI charts. For the question that you just alluded to, when people are deprived of food, they lose weight, and that mathematically causes their BMI to decrease so that then it is no longer within normal range.
And based on the records that you reviewed, which again are from 2016 to 2019, is Ronan regularly being taken to the pediatrician?
Okay, so
yes, although the records actually, I think, extend to 2021.
I'll see you Monday then.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Any cross?
Well, fuck me.
All right. Is this witness excused, Ms. Murat?
Yes.
All right, sir. That
So in Florida, there's a holiday. I just thought everyone's on holiday.
concludes your testimony. Thank you. You may step down and have a good weekend.
So there's no holiday Monday? What the
And Your Honor, that concludes our witnesses for today.
Okay.
The defense has additional witnesses. The court knows that they're
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we're going to conclude the proceedings for today. As I've already given you the heads up, we'll start back on Tuesday. We're going to start at 9 o'clock sharp on Tuesday. So check in with the jury office no later than 8:30 and be up here at the elevators meeting mark at 8:45 for 9 o'clock sharp start time. And the schedule next week will be likely as follows. Tuesday will go from 9 to 5. Wednesday.
Okay, so the kids are out of school and some places are closed. Fine, just know your employer. Okay. Okay, so we'll see what happens Monday then, if there's any courts anyway. See you, Kim. Love you, Kim. See you later.
Likely from 12 to 5. And then Thursday, if that's necessary, it would be another 9 to 5 days. So that's kind of the schedule that I'm anticipating. There's still a little bit of movement potentially in the Wednesday schedule as I get more visibility when I get into next week. But that's the current, and I know you're probably not totally confident with my estimates anymore, but that's my estimate for next week. All right, so Monday's a court holiday, so you won't be back on Monday, obviously. It's going to be 3 days. So during the 3 days, rest, relax, and sun. Hopefully the weather is good this weekend, but make sure that you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure during the what's going to be the long weekend, holiday weekend for us. So with that, I wish you the best, and I'll see you back on Tuesday morning, same courtroom.
Okay, thank you guys, yeah.
All right, everyone may be seated. Okay, so my expectation, based on what I'm hearing, is that the defense will likely rest on Tuesday. Is that a fair assumption or fair estimate on my part?
I think it's a fair assumption, Judge. I am working on some videos that we want to play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not holding you to it. The only reason I raise it is that because it's at least a possibility, then we need to come Wednesday armed with the necessary jury instructions in case you do rest early enough in the day. Now, if you finish late in the day, we would not start closings. I would wait until the next day to start closing. So let me, just for planning purposes, has either side given thought to how long they think they're going to need for closing arguments in this case? At least an hour and a half. All right, so about 3 hours. So if we finish the evidence on Tuesday, and then if I start at noontime on Wednesday, that gives plenty of time for the closings to occur, and then for the jury to have the case for a couple hours during the day Wednesday. And I've already set aside the entire day Thursday for deliberations, if they need it. So, all right, well, that's the plan for everyone. Same instruction to you guys. Go home, rest as much as you can, and relax, and I'll see you on Tuesday morning for a 9 o'clock sharp start time. And I don't have a morning docket next week because I was supposed to be on vacation. So that's all right. So I'll be starting at 9 o'clock sharp. There won't be any built-in delay because of my morning docket is what I'm letting you know. Okay. All right. I'll see everybody next week.
So 9 o'clock Tuesday, still fine. Christ buys, you have to watch it. It's the chat is even divided. So it's just too. You can't even give it a Reader's Digest because the synopsis is out there. It's just this is the first trial that's been quite divided, I think, in chat. So right, let me take that off. So that's the last time we were on that we're going to use Streamlabs. You will all be glad to hear. So we'll go back to StreamYard as of Monday. So we can say goodbye to Streamlabs. No more Streamlabs, unless the odd thing. But yeah, I think you're right. You're right, Emma. I still have him. He's guilty, but guilty of what? That's the. But anyway, we'll discuss it Monday. The weekend's coming upon us, so you can all go and enjoy yourselves for the weekend. Um, I don't think I might do a surprise stream on Monday, but I don't think I will. Might just take a long weekend. Do you know what I mean? Same as you guys. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Might do some research or something. Um, so yeah, we don't know. Yeah, it's rugby's on as well. So yeah, it's just to have a bit of chill out, isn't it? So um, we'll see. But yes, you've got to remember though, Christ, but the boy's not on. The boy's not on thing. He's not on trial, so I wouldn't listen to anything too much about that. So, uh, no worries, Nunia. No worries, everyone. Thank you very much, guys. Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern on Tuesday. So, be there, be square, and that means for us, Emma, 2 o'clock. And Unicorn, if you're still here, hope Unicorn, hope you look after yourself. Hope your headache goes. And yeah, hope you guys have a great weekend. And with that, let's end the stream. Love you all. Take care. And yeah, thanks for being here today. It's been like an 8-hour stream, so thank you for keeping me going, even though I slept a few times. And with that, I'm going to end the screen. Say goodbye to um, this. Where's Perry? Perry loves it. Have a good night and ending stream.